All right, good evening, everyone. Welcome to tonight's City Council regular meeting for Monday, July 20th. We have just one study session item for tonight. We have Senior Planner Erik Sampson here to provide additional information regarding the conservation overlay districts and possible amendments to Title 16. Good evening, Mr. Sampson.
Good evening. So do you have a presentation? No, awesome. All right, good evening, everyone. So some of you have kind of heard about the conservation overlay stuff in the past. So this is just another study session coming back to you to kind of get your guidance on what next steps should be on. So just as a reminder, conservation overlay district would be an overlay that dictates what is developed on a property based on design standards. So this differs from a historic preservation or historic district in that properties in a conservation overlay can be scraped. And then there are design controls that determine how the property could be redeveloped. So these often include setbacks, height, bulk plane, things like that might necessarily match the base zone district under the conservation. So timeline to date, we had the first study session in January, and then we did a couple study sessions with Planning and Zoning Commission and Historic Preservation Commission, just to kind of gather their input on their thoughts on conservation overlays. And then we had a second study session with Council in March. And then we went back to P&Z and HPC to kind of get their ideas of if we were to move forward with drafting a conservation overlay regulation, what would they like to see included in that? So in the districts that staff has looked at around the country for conservation overlays, we looked at several around Colorado, we looked at stuff in Texas, North Carolina, just kind of to cast a wide net to take a look at what other people are doing in this kind of situation. And staff found basically these 7 criteria that weren't all in each conservation overlay reg, but they were the main ones that we consistently came across. And that's basically who can initiate the process, the size of a conservation overlay, like what do you need to see in terms of development for it to be eligible for a conservation overlay, and then what kind of neighborhood support. Also, the regulations and the authorization for pretty much the path for a conservation overlay district to be approved. And then if that conservation overlay is approved, who has design review authority after that takes place. So we'll kind of get into these a little bit more as we go on here. In terms of initiation, the vast majority of districts we looked at only allowed property owners to initiate the district and submit a conservation overlay application. P&Z and HPC also recommended that this be done by property owners, and they were very leery about having any sort of non-property owner in that area submit a request for a conservation overlay to kind of prevent any sort of hostile designation.
Mr. Sampson, hold on. Sir? Thank you very much. Go ahead, Mr. Sampson.
And so for the historic district process in Inglewood, the application for a historic district is allowed to be submitted by property owners. It can be recommended by HPC or City Council to initiate the process. In terms of size, this really varies by jurisdiction. In most of the more urban areas that we looked at, the common thing was to have a minimum of a block face or a set series of contiguous properties. I think the smallest we found was 3, largest being 5 for the minimum. HPC and P&Z both said that they would prefer to have a set number of contiguous adjacent properties. And so for the more kind of rural areas that we looked at, a lot of them were determined on like acreage. But considering Inglewood's built out, it should be probably more done on a property by property basis on a set like. And then just for reference, historic HPC designations do not have a minimum size requirement for districts. Another common thing was development benchmarks, and that would be what portion of a specified area has been developed, or what percentage of these properties have the characteristics that might allow them to be classified as a conservation overlay. Most common, it was around 75% of the structures had to be at least architecturally conforming to the other properties in the proposed district, and some had specified age range. For historic designation, the minimum age is 50 years older or older, can be designated as historic. In terms of conservation overlay, since it's not necessarily a history that's being protected, it's more kind of like design and architectural features. We see jurisdictions that have included a minimum of 20 years in age, but they all had a specific design criteria that unified the properties in the overlay. In terms of support, usually it was about 50 to 51% in a proposed area that would need to be in approval for a conservation overlay to be created. HPC recommended 2 rounds of petitioning. One initial kind of gathering input at the point the application is submitted, and then another one at the end after staff has worked with HPC or P&Z to kind of develop design guidelines for the district. And excuse me, I have got to get my one. So P&Z did note that they did not want this process to create a situation where one property owner would be subject to a conservation overlay regulation if they didn't want to be. So basically, they had concerns about potential takings if a property were to be included in a conservation overlay district and the property owner wasn't really keen on having that designation. And then for reference, historic district designation process in Inglewood requires 65% of the property owners in support of the district. So in regulations, which is really kind of the meat of any sort of conservation overlay district, this is basically establishing what you can do with the property if it were to be scraped. This also includes additions, siting of structures. Basically, these really vary from district to district and from conservation overlay to conservation overlay. They're really created by the neighborhood to kind of keep the design standards as what was existing. That'd be like single-story ranch houses, bulk plane, things like that. So those type of development standards and site design. Planning and Zoning Commission stated that they did not want this process to restrict density or to be used as a tool to restrict density or any other land uses that would be allowed under the base zone district. Really, this is really about just development controls. And then HPC and P&Z did not want interior alterations, demos, or maintenance or repairs to be subject to overlay regulations. So this is basically similar to historic landmarks and historic designations. If you're doing anything inside of the property, you're pretty much allowed to do that. Anything exterior, you need to go to the Historic Preservation Commission, who will issue a certificate of appropriateness prior to submitting a development application. For the approval route of a conservation overlay, so applicants from a neighborhood would submit their request for a conservation overlay proposal. At that point, staff would work with HPC and or Planning and Zoning, along with the applicants, to develop these guidelines, these development standards. Once those are set up, it would go through a public process, kind of similar to a rezoning in Title 16, where you would have a public hearing with Planning and Zoning, public hearing with council, and then followed by 2 readings where council would make the final decision on the conservation overlay. So once these are established, oh, and P&Z also mentioned potentially if these districts are approved to have some sort of sunsetting clause where the conservation overlay district would kind of automatically cease to exist unless after a certain period of time, if neighbors aren't actively coming forward to say we would like to keep this around. And then so once a conservation district overlay has been created, then it falls to who takes a look at these development applications when they come in. So the majority of communities that we looked at gave this to staff level, basically. When a development application came in, staff would compare it to the design guidelines that were established by the conservation overlay to make sure the proposed development fits within those parameters, and basically issue a certificate of appropriateness prior to them applying for building permits. Other jurisdictions have included reviews by Historic Preservation Commission or Planning and Zoning. A handful did have a neighborhood design review board that would take a look at these prior to them coming to staff. P&Z indicated that they did not want duplicative reviews in this process. And then, as I mentioned earlier, for historic things, that has to go before the Historic Preservation Commission to get that certificate of appropriateness. So overall, next steps, if council decides to move forward with crafting some language for conservation overlays, staff would work with city attorney's office and develop some language in terms of the process of getting a conservation district created, and then also include any sort of items such as additional review and sort of review after the conservation district overlay has been in place and you get to review development applications.
Mr. Sampson, thank you very much for the presentation. Are there any questions for members of council? Member Ward.
I know we're talking about the process to form these districts, but the question does occur to me, in the event that you have 65 or 70%, or perhaps the vote is rather close, and the conservation overlay is adopted, and then at some point later in time, maybe 5 or 10 years further forward, you have a majority of neighbors who no longer want it. Are we planning on putting a process in the code to repeal?
Yeah, you certainly could. I mean, that's at the behest of council. We do have in our historic designation regs, there is a process to de-designate a landmark. If something happens to the property where it kind of loses that historic landmark status, so that would be something that we could potentially mirror for these regs.
Great, thank you.
Member Prang?
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the additional information and work that's been done on this. I still have questions, I guess. I have alluded to some questions previously around the city's capacity to implement this. Were we to approve it? Does staff currently believe that we have the highly trained planning, legal, environmental, mapping staff in place already within the city to be able to implement a conservation overlay and to have the proper ongoing oversight of it?
I would defer to the Community Development Director.
Good evening, Mayor, members of Council. Brad Power, Director of Community Development. Councilmember Prang, thank you for that excellent question. I think in the abstract, we would have the capacity to do that. I think if there are areas subject to an overlay that have very specific and extensive architectural guidelines, that type of thing, we may need to find some budget authority to source that from a third party to help us go through that type of review. But I think the capacity in terms of the staff level is really dependent on how many of these we would have throughout the community and how active they are in terms of the development applications within those areas. A lot of the areas of Englewood are fairly stable in terms of the neighborhoods. So it's really hard to predict now. But I think on the face of it, we would have the capacity to administer it. There might be areas where we'd have to supplement our staff expertise, but it's really going to be dependent on how many there are and how active the development and redevelopment are in those areas.
Okay. I appreciate that answer. And so I guess I would have some curiosity for future conversations if this does proceed to know in other cities that do have this and have implemented it, if there was an additional need for very specific architectural expertise, et cetera, would that be a burden of the city financially, or would that potentially be a burden of the neighborhood that's requesting the overlay?
I think it's gone both ways from my experience. Some cities absorb that cost. A lot of other cities develop that cost recovery in their fee application process.
Okay. Thank you. That is helpful. I'd like to understand one statement in one of the recommendations from Planning and Zoning where it, hold on, I'm sorry, I have to get back over to the slide. Where P&Z did not want this process to create a situation where one property owner would be subject to an overlay regulations if they were not in support of the district. What does that mean? I mean, it seems kind of the antithesis of what we would be seeking to be doing with this action.
Right. And it really just depends on jurisdictions. Some of them have what they call non-participating properties. And really the extent to which the conservation overlay regs apply to these non-participating properties varies from place to place. Some of them still say, okay, you still have to abide by the height and regulations. Other ones just say, if it fits the neighborhood, then we can go ahead and do that. So it's really kind of on a jurisdiction by jurisdiction basis.
Okay. Thank you for those answers.
Yeah.
Mr. Sampson, one question, also going back to P&Z, where they stated that for us to suggest including a sunsetting clause. What's the typical time frame for a sunsetting clause from other municipalities you have?
To be honest, I really didn't see a whole lot of those that actually existed.
Was there any recommendation from P&Z? Because I do like the idea of it, but it just depends on what the time frame would be. But any suggestions from P&Z?
I think they had kind of thrown around the idea of maybe like 10 to 20 years, somewhere in there. It's about like a generation.
Okay. Any further questions from members of council? Any comments? Member Summerson.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. Good to see you, Eric. I had a question also referencing planning and zoning, mentioning that they would not advise this to be a tool to restrict land uses, densities, or to subvert base zoning districts. But in some of the examples I've heard around why a conservation overlay might be helpful to a neighborhood is that single-story ranch, right, example that you used. Who would be the arbitrator of that decision, determining whether or not a neighborhood who might say, hey, we want all this whole street needs to remain single-family ranch homes, which in theory could be anti-density as it relates to what planning and zoning was communicating. So who arbitrates that, whether the property owners get to take the vote and make the decisions, or whether or not someone else steps in and says, no, we interpret that to be about density and we don't like that, or is that part of the process of creating a whole series of rules behind these overlays?
Yeah, that would be a part of the creation of the design guidelines and development standards.
Okay. Similar to Member Prang, I do have curiosities and perhaps mine tip into concerns about the ability for community development to manage this program in addition to a lot of other programs, especially some that we have put forward that we haven't seen updates on, for example, the chronic nuisance ordinance abatement through code. And so I guess I would just be interested in, when we see this again, to know more about how it would and be able to be administered. It feels a little like a program that may not have broad community benefit across Englewood, and I would prefer to see our community development department taking their limited resources and applying them to the things that need to be done that support all of Englewood. So.
Thank you, Mr. Member Summerson. Any further questions from members of council? Member Bethel.
First off, thank you for putting this together. I think it's great work, and I appreciate the time you've put into it. I have said before that I'm supportive of the conservation overlay. I think it's a great tool for us to use in Englewood to preserve Englewood's character. This is one of the tools that our community has been asking for. And I think it's one of the things that we as a council have been looking for, of ways that we can preserve Englewood's character in a way that isn't too heavy-handed and is initiated by the communities that are requesting it. So I think that as far as its implementation goes, I like that it's based around zoning and building permits, which we already regulate and look over within the Community Development Department. And I'm supportive of the work that you've put in so far. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Sampson, I am in support of this as well. I do feel that there are unique characteristics of our city that I want to see preserved. And I think that this is one avenue that we should take to see this through. Obviously, how we administer this is something that I do want to see a little bit more information on, but also understanding exactly what, just the developmental standards that we may implement for this type of conservation overlay is something that I want to see come to the next step. So I guess I'll ask members of council if there's any hesitancy with this. Member Russell, I see that you're reaching for your mic. Go ahead.
I just have another question. Will conservation overlay districts apply to the entire city, not just certain areas of the city? Is that correct?
It would just be a specifically identified area.
Meaning?
And that goes to district creation or the size of the overlay. And that's really up to council. If you want to see a minimum of 3 houses, 3 contiguous houses that share the same features, are they eligible for a conservation overlay, or can it be 2 blocks, like a block face, or a general size of I don't like to say acres, just because I don't think that applies.
Eric, if I can interrupt, I think the question is, can any neighborhood in Englewood apply for this?
Yeah, if they can submit an application for review, and this would be done with staff review, and we would help determine to see if it was actually eligible for a conservation overlay. Some communities put the onus on the neighborhood to provide information on if it, why this should be a conservation overlay, but it's also be done with between staff and P&Z.
So one thing I don't want to see is block busting. I don't want 3 houses on 1 block to be able to do it. Yeah, I want it to be a larger area, or I don't want it to happen at all. But I'm just curious to know, could a group of houses, let's say, I don't know that this would happen, from Shenango to Union and from Decatur to Federal is 1 block, and it's about 4 or 5 blocks long. If that whole area wanted to do a conservation overlay, are they going to be able to do that just like they would be able to do that in Arapahoe Acres?
It really depends on a case-by-case basis. I mean, there's a whole lot of factors that I think need to be looked at when a conservation overlay application is received by staff. And that includes looking at, well, what are the characteristics that are defining this row of blocks? Certain things along those lines that could be established in the design guidelines.
Okay, so will all of the requirements be laid out so every neighborhood would be able to decide whether they can do that or not?
So the conservation overlays are kind of designed for the neighborhood. It wouldn't be something that would apply citywide for a set amount of standards. It would be for like Arapahoe Acres is the easiest example. So you have the 1-story houses, that sort of mid-century modern style. So what you would see in sort of like development guidelines or development restrictions in Arapahoe Acres would be like height. You cannot build, I mean, you can go ahead and scrape the property, but then what you have to put back has to be below a certain height, not necessarily what would be allowed for a height in a regular R1A zone district.
So here is the concern that I have. So it sounds to me like it is just designed for Arapahoe Acres and not any other area in the city.
There are some other areas in the city where I think this may be applicable, but I mean, Arapahoe Acres is the easiest one to provide an example.
I know that Hampton Heights, I think it's Hampton Heights, Hampton Hills, they had covenants. And somebody in the city approved a 2-story building in a ranch neighborhood. And once that top got popped, then it opens it up for everybody else. So I just want to make sure we're not singling out one neighborhood that this is for and not other neighborhoods.
No. So that would be like if somebody in Centennial Acres came forward with a block in there, because those are all very similar style houses as well. And if they wanted to kind of keep that design style there, they would come and develop those guidelines for more of the ranch style houses in Centennial Acres. So it really just depends on what is being conserved and not I think, just basically what is being conserved in terms of like architectural features and things like that.
And I appreciate that. And really, that's why I brought up those houses, because that is part of Centennial Acres. So, and they all are similar style houses. So, anyway, all right. But I just want to make sure that we're not block busting.
Yeah, no.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much, Member Russell. Member Bethel.
I actually want to reiterate Member Russell's point, because I think it's a very strong point that this is a program that's available for anyone in the city to use. That as we lay out what it takes to apply for a conservation overlay, we make these qualifications or qualities, whatever we're asking for and looking for within the city's approval process, we make it clear and available and open for everyone in the city.
Yep.
Thank you.
Member Prang.
Thank you. Just one more follow-up question. So in the design of creating the process for the possibility of this, there is a suggestion for review by P&Z, potentially historic preservation, and then a hearing before council as well. So within that process, I'm assuming, and I just want to clarify whether my assumption is correct, that both of those bodies would then have some say into, so if a neighborhood is coming forward and they're trying to do the overlay specific to their neighborhood and they have a whole list of features that they want to maintain, that the two oversight bodies would have some say into yay or nay on specific features within their requested list.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Anything further from members of council? All right, Mr. Sampson, I think we are good. I appreciate the presentation, and then I guess next steps, you'll be coming back to us in terms of drafting a specific plan for this, correct?
Yeah, if you want to see some draft regulations, we can come back with that.
All right, sounds good. And I echo the thoughts of Member Russell. At least for me, it'd be one block. I think one side of the block, I don't have a good example of what that would be for me, but I think I've seen the character of one side of the block being different than the rest of the underlying areas. So that would be my minimum. I wouldn't want to go down to 2 or 3 houses or something like that. So, all right. Mr. Sampson, thank you so much. And with that, covers our only study session topic for tonight. We're going to take a 30-minute recess. We'll adjourn the meeting again at 7 o'clock. Thank you very much. All right, members of council and members of the public, we are now back. I call this meeting to order. If you're able to do so, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. City Clerk, if you could please take roll call.
Yes, good evening. Mayor Pro Tem Anderson, Member Bethel,
Present.
Member Prang,
Present.
Member Russell,
Present.
Member Summerson,
Present?
Member Ward,
Present.
Mayor Sierra.
Present.
6 members present.
Mayor Pro Tem did let me know he was not in attendance tonight. Moving on to consideration of minutes from the previous session. Any changes to the minutes from the regular city council meeting from July 6th? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve the minutes from the July 6th meeting?
So moved.
Thank you, Member Ward. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Prang. Here, please vote.
Member Bethel,
Aye.
Member Prang,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Aye.
Member Summerson,
Aye.
Member Ward,
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes.
Thank you very much. Moving on to the minutes from the special city council meeting on July 13th. Any changes to those minutes? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve the minutes from the July 13th meeting?
So moved.
Thank you, Member Ward. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Bethel. Can we please vote?
Member Bethel,
Aye.
Member Prang,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Aye.
Member Summerson,
Aye.
Member Ward,
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes.
Thank you very much. Moving on to recognitions, we have 2 tonight. First up, we have introduction of Redevelopment Manager Terry Ware and Planning Manager Collin Wahab. We have our Director of Community Development, Brad Power.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council, Brad Power, Director of Community Development. I do want to introduce 2 managers that joined our department recently. First up is Terry Ware, who has joined us as Redevelopment Manager. Terry brings a wealth of experience in both the public and private sectors in cities around the Denver metro area as well as nationally, and he's obviously going to be focusing on the City Center project. So Terry?
Good evening. It's a pleasure to be here, and I'm really looking forward to working with all of you and moving forward with your vision for City Center and other redevelopment areas within downtown.
Thank you very much, Terry.
And then we have Collin Wahab, who is our planning manager, joined us at the end of June. And Collin brings most recently his experiences with the city of Thornton. He was most recently a principal planner and supervisor in that organization. He brings also certification with the American Institute of Certified Planners. He's had a wealth of experience in all things planning, and he is also a resident of the city of Englewood. Collin.
Thank you, Brad, and good evening. As Brad mentioned, I am a resident of the city of Englewood, so I'm very excited to work for the city that I live. I'm also very excited to work with all of you and the rest of the staff. So thank you for having me this evening.
Terry and Collin, yeah, welcome to the city. I think, at least from my perspective, the more I see of both of you, the better. I just think that that's just more improvement coming up for the city of Englewood. So looking forward to working with you here in the near future, and I'm sure we'll be hearing from you both soon. So thank you very much for joining the city of Englewood.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're moving on to 6B. This is recognition of, let's see here. I have 2 different things here. So recognition of Craig Hospital, Brewability, and the Treeline Pass for ADA Month. Englewood proudly recognizes Disability Pride Month, honoring the history, identity, I think I'm getting a little bit of feedback, and contributions of residents with disabilities while reaffirming our commitment to accessibility, inclusion, and equal opportunity for everyone in our community. In addition to recognizing Disability Month, we are proud to recognize key community organizations that carry out this mission every day. Craig Hospital is a nationally respected leader in the spinal cord and brain injury rehabilitation and a powerful accessibility advocate, partnering closely with Englewood to elevate the needs and voices of individuals with mobility challenges. Their expertise and their active role in our community help ensure Englewood continues to grow as an accessible, multimodal city where residents of all abilities can thrive. Treeline Pass enriches Englewood by empowering adults with autism and developmental disabilities, and through its new behavior consultation program is expanding vital support to community members who are not part of their day program, helping fill a significant gap in local services. Brewability sets a powerful example of inclusive employment, accessible community spaces, showing how businesses can embrace and celebrate people of all abilities while adding vibrancy and connection to Inglewood's local economy. Today's recognition reflects Inglewood's deep commitment to supporting and including residents of all abilities. With partners like Craig Hospital, Treeline Pass, and Brewability, we continue building a community where everyone feels valued, welcomed, and supported. Because inclusion isn't just our goal, it's who we are. Please join me in thanking Craig Hospital, Treeline Pass, and Brewability for their many contributions to the city of Inglewood and our entire community. I'm going to ask all three to come on up. We're all going to take a picture with members of council. So thank you very much. All right, everyone, we are now moving on to agenda item 7. This is appointments, communications, and proclamations. This is a resolution appointing members to various boards, commissions, and committees. We have document 7A in front of council. Any questions from members of council? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve resolution 7A?
Moved.
Thank you very much, Member Summerson. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you very much, Member Bethel. Any comments from members of council? Seeing none, can we please vote?
Member Bethel?
Aye.
Member Prang?
Aye.
Member Russell?
Aye.
Member Summerson?
Aye.
Member Ward?
Aye.
Mayor Sierra?
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes.
All right, thank you very much. We're moving on to public comments. So tonight, this is, so we're going to start public comment here. This is an opportunity to address City Council. There's an expectation that the presentation will be conducted in a respectful manner. Council may ask questions for clarification, but there will not be any dialogue. Please limit your presentation to 3 minutes. Inglewood residents must provide your address across streets. Non-Inglewood residents must just state the name of their city. If you have addressed council in the last 90 days, we will move you to the bottom of the list. Any written materials may be submitted to the city clerk in advance or at the meeting, and AV materials must be submitted to the city clerk by 5 p.m. On the Friday prior to the meeting. We allocate 90 minutes total to public comment. We have about 10 speakers here tonight, so we should get through everyone tonight. Up first is Mr. Ivan Irwin, District 3 resident. Good evening, Mr. Irwin. If you just want to go ahead and turn on that mic, and when you are ready, yep, you're good to go.
Done. My name is Ivan Irwin, 4025 South Jason Street, Inglewood, District 3. I've sent emails out. This is a long-standing issue. I'm particularly concerned with the South Jason Street between Mansfield and Oxford. Unfortunately, it's a 2-block stretch, but there's no intersection in between. Nassau did not come through. So I will tell you now that when drivers approach Mansfield and look down that 2-long block stretch, and particularly when people are at work and there aren't very many cars parked on that street, everybody's pretty much got off-street parking, and when they leave, the guys going to work, leaving Inglewood, they see the Bandamere drag strip, and they put the hammer to the metal. Away they go. We can sit on our deck and see people going 40 and 50 through that 25-mile-per-hour zone, and they do not slow down for the crosswalk. Unfortunately, my wife was involved with another woman who got the original five-field development of several hundred apartments canceled. City Council voted against it for quality of her life. That's changed. New City Council, Fifield, held meetings on our porch, and they were very concerned about reducing our opposition to their development. And Mr. Lewis says that the crosswalk that they had promised wasn't their promise. They didn't have it in there. I find that, I'm not denying it because I don't have any way of absolutely knowing, but I was in contact with the project manager all along until he got sick, and that ruined everything. So regardless, we have a lousy crosswalk. It doesn't slow anyone down. And like I say, we can sit on our deck and watch those people go that fast. And I'm asking that that crosswalk be improved to something approximating what it was before, with a bump there or something that forces people to stop and then proceed. I watched a motorcycle fly around Mansfield and head down our street at 60 miles an hour. Cars do it all the time. It's a direct route to the dog park. It's a direct route for Inglewood vehicles leaving where their garages and so forth. So we really need that traffic slowed down, and I appreciate it. Mr. Lewis has said that he's going to look into it and take some steps and so forth. So that's what I'm asking. Just improve that crosswalk to make people stop, give us our quality of life that we haven't ever had, really.
Mr. Irwin, thank you very much for your time tonight. Any questions for members of council? Mr. Irwin, real quick, you want it at mid-block, correct?
Huh?
You want the improvement to the crosswalk mid-block, correct?
Mid-block. Incidentally, there are two families, one on each side of that crosswalk, and that whole 2-block stretch that have kids of the appropriate age to be using that crosswalk, and they watch for each other's chickens and stuff, and they're going through there. And if some kid gets killed on that crosswalk, the strong arm's not going to go after some guy driver with a $25,000 insurance policy. He's going to go after the city, and there has been plenty of opportunity for the city to fix this.
Mr. Irwin, thank you very much for your time tonight. I think that's the only. Oh, sorry, there's another question. Go ahead, Member
Well,
Russell.
so actually, the current crosswalk is at the mid-block. You want it up, the current crosswalk upgraded to something?
That's where that's where it needs to be, is right mid-block. Yes.
Okay.
And
Thank you.
just upgrade it so people can't fly over it. I'm serious, 40, 50 miles an hour.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for your time tonight. Up next is Tiffany Harper, a Denver resident. That works. Just make sure that mic is working for you, Ms. Harper. Okay. There you go.
There we go. Good evening. Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. My name is Tiffany Harper. I am here to talk about food insecurity, along with the importance of various programs that help disabled individuals like myself have access to healthy food options. Move it closer. Yeah, that's fine. I live in Denver, but I work part-time in Inglewood. I am a middle-aged disabled woman, and despite receiving SSDI and part-time wages, I barely make ends meet due to inflation that has affected every single aspect of my life, from rent to co-pays for my many doctor's appointments. For me, food insecurity doesn't mean hunger. For me, food insecurity means two things. One, I feel somewhat punished for receiving SSDI and working part-time because I was kicked off of SNAP benefits for making too much, which blows my mind, to be completely honest. There is definitely something wrong with that, but it is what it is. And two, it means deciding between eating healthy or paying for medications, co-pays, and transportation costs. In the last year, it has meant a lot of pre-planning meals and going with the less healthy options with the hope I can have enough food for the month, since I only get paid once per month, and going to food banks is only if absolutely necessary, because I have found that most of the time it's not even worth my time, energy, or effort to do so. I am going to keep this 100% real with you. There are many challenges with being chronically ill and being food insecure. I desperately want to eat healthy, which is recommended by all my doctors, but that's impossible since it costs quite a bit more to eat several well-balanced meals instead of eating processed, quick, and easy meals. Food banks are great, but when you have had to depend on them for 20 years or more, like myself, the sustainable food offered is no longer appealing. A gal can only collect so many bags of long grain white rice and pinto beans before it's not helpful. Who wants to eat rice and pinto beans for lunch and dinner every single day? I don't think anyone. The only place that I know of that truly offers healthy food choices is Metro Caring in downtown Denver. And that's quite a distance for individuals in the Tri-Cities to travel just to get healthy food choices. I believe that having a food hub in the Tri-Cities area would be a wise decision. A central food hub where organizations can store and access healthy food so people within the community would be able to have better options. Would be a wonderful step in the right direction in the effort to encourage and support living healthier. Thank you so much for your time and consideration of such a critical issue this evening, and thank you for having me.
Ms. Harper, thank you very much for coming and speaking tonight. Any questions from members of council? Ms. Harper, you stated that you would like a preference here in the Tri-City areas. Where is there an ideal location that you would?
I've thought about this, and I've had some recommendations from the Food Coalition. I believe that a great spot right now would be the old Safeway at the corner of, I believe it's Hamden and Logan. Mm-hmm. I think that would be a great spot to put a food hub for multiple organizations in the Inglewood and Tri-Cities area to access healthier food options, so they could store it there and have access to it quickly from their location to provide to community members with healthier choices.
I appreciate that, Ms. Harper. Thank you very much for that information. See no further questions. Thank you very much for your time tonight.
Thank you so much.
Up next is Julie Hall, I believe a Littleton resident. Good evening, Ms. Hall. When you are ready, if you wouldn't mind just clicking the button to make that mic green, it should be like a star or something. There you go.
Got it.
When you are ready, you may begin.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is Julie Hall. I'm the program director for HAT Force, Homeless Awareness and Action Task Force, and I'm a Littleton resident. HAT Force is an Inglewood-based nonprofit that has served the community for 16 years, providing emergency shelter and other supports for people experiencing homelessness. I'm here tonight to express my strong support for the regional food hub that the Arapahoe Food Security Coalition is working to develop. At HAT Force, we know that food is much more than a meal. It's often the first step towards stability. When we provide emergency shelter for our participants, we also strive to provide access to nutritious food. A regional food hub would make a meaningful difference. Instead of relying on a patchwork of donations and detailed coordination, organizations like ours could access a more reliable network for healthy food. This would mean less food waste, fewer gaps in services, and more time spent on long-term solutions instead of searching for resources. This food hub is also an investment in Inglewood. The city has long demonstrated leadership in addressing vulnerable populations and also preventing waste through green initiatives. A food hub would strengthen that work by connecting local farms, food businesses, nonprofits, and public partners into a more efficient system that keeps good food in our community and out of the landfills. For the people we serve, access to healthy food has real impacts. It supports physical and mental health, helps people manage chronic illnesses, and gives them the energy and stability to focus on finding housing, employment, and reconnecting with support systems. Meeting basic needs creates the foundation for long-term success. A regional food hub also builds resilience. Whether we're responding to severe weather, economic hardship, or other emergencies, a coordinated food distribution system helps ensure organizations can respond quickly and effectively when our community needs it most. Englewood has always been a city that values partnership and practical solutions. Thank you for providing support for our food coalition through your city interns. On behalf of Hat Force and the people we serve, I encourage you to support this regional food hub and partnerships that make it successful. I also invite you to visit at any time our programs to see what we do. Thank you for your time, leadership, and commitment to serve our community.
Ms. Hall, thank you very much for your time tonight. Any follow-up questions from members of council? Seeing none, Ms. Hall, thank you very much for your time. Up next is, let me see here. First name is Jerry, I believe. Oh, no, sorry, it's Jason Meza, District 1 resident. Did I get that incorrect? So no one, Jason. So we'll move on to the next speaker, which is Chris Janot, I believe. I may have mispronounced that, but District 3 resident.
I'm a resident. My name's Chris Janato. I'm a resident of Littleton, but I'm a business owner. 3969 South Broadway. I need help in getting the owners of my neighbor 3995 South Broadway to remove trash in their parking lot, becoming a public dump site. I've already contacted city council, code enforcement. Didn't really get anything done too much. There's like an empty tray or a full trailer of trash. It's been there for 3 months now. And a grease trap, and it's becoming, there's a pool table, shopping carts. There's a camp building starting to get higher than the fence, my fence, which is 6-foot fence. So pretty much a fire hazard. People are doing drugs over there. So I need help in clearing that out, because that part of the block's actually improved pretty well. But now that the business has vacated, I'm assuming the bank's taken over and they haven't lifted a finger to remove this trash. Now other people, you know how it goes when there's trash in the alley, then people think, oh, I can put my trash there too. So I need help getting in touch with the bank and getting their property management to do something. So is that enough? I mean, is that it?
If you still have another minute and a half if you want to add to it, but yes.
No, let's not.
I think you made your point. So,
yeah.
Mr. Janot, thank you very much for your time tonight.
Okay.
Any questions from members of council? Just to get the address correct, you said it's the address at 3995 South Broadway, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you have made multiple attempts to contact someone to get this resolved?
Yeah.
Still? Okay.
Yes.
Perfect.
I was advised to come here, so.
No, I appreciate you coming tonight. I don't see
Okay.
any further questions, Mr. Janot. We'll provide a response to public comment at the end of all the speakers. So thank you very much for your time. Up next is, I think we go back to the top of the list. So we have Rebecca Kramer, a District 2 resident. Good evening, Ms. Kramer. When you are ready, you may begin.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am here to urge the Council not to proceed further with the Old Hampton Complete Streets project due to the significant and escalating budget impacts that now place Englewood at substantial financial risk. In August of 2025, the Englewood Downtown Development Authority adopted its 2026 operating plan and budget. That budget included a planned $1.1 million contribution to the Old Hampton project, a reasonable and expected investment that aligned with the city's 2021 plan of development. However, by late spring of 2026, the final construction costs and procurement results revealed a major funding gap. To avoid forfeiting $7.3 million in grant funds, The Department of Public Works requested an additional $5.7 million from the EDDA. When combined with the city funding of $2.05 million, the total project cost has now reached $16.2 million. On June 24th, after a public hearing, the EDDA board approved a total contribution of $6.8 million, consisting of $1.1 million from the approved budget, $1.5 million from EDDA's fund balance, $4.2 million from a commercial loan to be secured at a later date this year. This means that over 60% of the EDDA's total contribution is now debt financed. The project is no longer being funded through sustainable revenue. It's being carried forward through borrowing. Even with the board's conditions, capping EDDA's contribution, requiring grant and city funds to be spent first, mandating communication protocols, and requiring quarterly oversight, the underlying financial reality remains unchanged. This project has exceeded its planned cost by millions of dollars, requires substantial new debt, and exposes Inglewood's taxpayers to long-term financial obligations. The EDDA's operating plan emphasizes partnership with the city departments and leveraging resources to reduce general fund burden. But in this case, the opposite is happening. The scale of the funding gap, the reliance on commercial debt, and the diversion of EDDA fund balance all point to a project that is no longer fiscally responsible. At a $16.2 million streetscape project requiring $4.2 million in new debt, it's not prudent in the current economic environment. Inglewood faces competing priorities: public safety, infrastructure maintenance, housing stability, and essential city services. Committing to a project whose cost has already escalated dramatically and which may escalate further is not responsible stewardship of public funds. For these reasons, I respectfully urge the council to pause or discontinue further advancement of the Old Hampton Complete Streets project, reevaluate its scope, and protect Inglewood from additional financial exposure. Thank you for your consideration.
Ms. Kramer, thank you very much for your time tonight. Any questions from members of council? Seeing none. Ms. Kramer, thank you for coming. Up next, actually, I see a note that Jason Meza's back. Is that correct? Oh, there we are.
Meyer.
Oh, Meyer.
That's close enough.
Ah, Mr. Meyer, thank you very much. Mr. Meyer, you are a District 1 resident. When you are ready, you may begin.
Actually, I'm a Littleton resident, but and by the way, thank you. This is my first time ever standing in front of a city council, so definitely a new experience for me. But I am a franchise business consultant with Hamburger Stand Restaurant, and we have a location that's over on 3100 South Broadway, so that would be the resident that I'm working on behalf of here. But the reason why I'm coming to the city council here is that we have a tree that's in front of our restaurant. It's been there for a very long time, and it has been a tremendous burden to our restaurant. It stands directly at the corner of Broadway and Dartmouth, right next to the front door of the building. It is severely overgrown, and it needs to either be removed or replaced with a smaller tree for these reasons. Yearly, the tree gets infested with silkworms. These worms work their way into the kitchen and fall all over our patio. Not only is this a health violation, but it also creates a bad impression for guests who eat outside while ordering in the lobby. No one wants to be eating a chili dog while watching small worms crawling along the ground, or worse yet, falling out of the tree. This has been the subject of many complaints to our restaurants over the years, we have to either wait for Public Works to come out or call them ourselves. The branches are severely overgrown and create a safety and property threat. We all know what Colorado can look like in spring or in fall with a heavy wet snow. It runs the risk of damaging the building. Also, the visibility to our restaurant is also significantly impaired. If you're looking at, and since it's my first time ever doing this, I did bring pictures to show, but I wasn't sure what the protocol was on that. If you're looking at 7-Eleven right across the street, there is nothing impairing them, nor is there on Chick-fil-A on the other side there. Chick-fil-A does have a tree in front of them that looks to be something more aesthetic than anything else. But the one thing that both of them have is large pole signs to help them with anything obstructing their view. You can clearly see what the business are that are there. With our particular brand and the longevity that we've been there, we have a very small footprint. There's only so much we can do. We have a small building, we have a small parking lot. Anybody that's been over that store knows what it's like at lunchtime and trying to find a way to get into the drive-through. It's, I see one nod over here, so clearly Councilman knows. And so what we are proposing is either having the tree removed or finding a way to have it replaced with another one. I did take pictures of the area, and it looks like on the other side where the 7-Eleven is, there's a square of concrete that was taken out, which looks like at one point there may have been a tree there that might have been removed, but I'm not too sure. So, and what we're willing to do is work with the council on the cost of this. If it's something that's, exceptional, we're certainly working.
Mr. Meyer, your 3 minutes are up. Thank you very much for your time tonight. Member Russell has a question.
Actually, thank you for coming tonight. Sure. And I would like for you to email pictures to the city clerk, and then she can forward it to all of council.
Okay. Where do I get that? Like I said, first time. Awesome. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Meyer, we have at least one more question. Member Ward.
So it sounded to me as you were finishing up that you were starting to talk about the possibility of some sort of exchange with the city for cost associated with maintenance or replacement of the tree.
Correct. We're aware that this is not going to be something that's going to cost $50 to do. And so we're certainly willing to work with this city on that because we understand that this also kind of cleans up the nice aesthetic of the trees going down the road. Luckily, this is on an end cap of the street. But since this is something we want to either have removed entirely or replaced, we're certainly willing to work with the city on that cost.
Great. I'll ask you to stick around to the end of public comment. I think there may be some comments at that time as well.
All right. I don't see any further one more question. Member Bethel, go ahead.
Yeah. So for my clarification, I usually look at trees as a resource, a value point for homes and for businesses, adding shade, adding visual appeal. You feel that in this case, this tree is declined in its health to a point that it's more valuable for you to have it removed?
Well, two things. I think that, number one, I understand the shade going down on Broadway because it's primarily on the east side of Broadway that we have all the trees there. But it's more that the tree is too large. I believe that in the past, my boss told me that we have had the tree cut significantly back. Granted, the tree's been there for a long time. I have not been with the company long enough to know what the history of the maintenance of that tree has been like, but it has just gotten so big at this point that even if we cut it back, it just seems to me there would probably be a better thing for everyone to end up having a smaller tree there, less maintenance for the city to have to deal with, and also better visibility for us. And no more worms.
I appreciate your response. Thank you.
Member Russell has another question. Go ahead.
I do. So do you know if it's the species of tree that impacts those worms? And I've been the recipient of some of those worms falling in my hair when walking under those trees. Is it that particular type of tree, or do you know the answer to that question?
All I know is they fall out of the tree. That's all I know.
Okay, I know they do too. All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, I see no further questions. Mr. Meyer, thank you very much for your time tonight. Up next is Candace Rutledge, resident from outside of Inglewood. Ms. Rutledge, good evening. When you are ready, I just need to turn on that mic and you'll be ready to go. Thank you so much.
Thank you. My name is Candace Rutledge and I'm a street cat from Littleton, Colorado. I have Havana syndrome, but I've never been to Havana. I just have brain damage from energy sickness. It's been an ongoing situation for me over the years. I've also been poisoned and had DMSO put in my body wash and had financial and vehicle sabotage. It's a long, drawn-out harassment campaign. It's lasted for a long time. At the moment, I have been living between the county seat and the Littleton admin building. I've been there since mid-December. I've been protesting against Littleton PD because we have a bit of a problem where I feel like they're in on it to some degree. I was poisoned in March of last year, and I have a strong gut feeling that they took part in knowing that some of that was going to happen. And I know that's a big accusation, and they're pretty much aware of it, that I feel that way about it. I've been to the city. It was March 25 when I first started speaking at the city. Before that, I had been speaking at Arapahoe since November of 24 about a wallet theft on my birthday when I had $1,300 in my wallet. I had just come back and voted and was trying to pay a debt to US Bank, and it felt like it was a targeted hit. And I had got sick before it, and I didn't think about energy at the time, but I believe I got sick because I was hit with energy at that time. I have a lot going on. Anyway, something that I brought to the attention of your chief, as well as maybe some other of the Englewood people, is that Littleton PD transported me through the city of Englewood after diverting me away from my right to legal counsel after I was told I was under arrest, given a charge, and told I would have a lawyer. They took me to a M1 mental hold. I'd never been through something like that before, and in that location I had said, I don't consent to being medicated, I don't consent to being stripped, I don't consent to being touched, and I certainly don't accept being messed with, and all of that happened when I was there. And then I was let go after I woke up when the person I spoke to said they'd heard of things like I was describing before. They said they saw no reason to keep me, and so I was let go, and it was just a weird situation. And I believe it should be looked at to see whether it was legal for them to transport me through the city limits to take me to wherever they took me after I'd requested legal counsel, and that was dodged. So I'd like someone to take a look at that if they wouldn't mind. In other news, I only have 10 seconds, so I think I'm going to wrap it up there. Thanks.
Ms. Rutledge, thank you very much for your time tonight. Any questions for members of council? Go ahead, Member Russell.
So when you were transported, was it in Englewood or was it in Littleton?
They decided to change from giving me a lawyer in Littleton, and then they drove me through Englewood to what I think was an Advent Health. There was a draped sign. It was the North Advent Health. There was brick buildings, and everyone in the building was wearing Advent Health logos. So that's as far as I know where I was. If it's near Little India, I think that's where it was. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
All right, I see no further questions. Ms. Rutledge, thank you very much for your time tonight. Final speaker for the evening is Chris Dewis, a District 3 resident. Good evening, Mr. Dewis.
Good evening.
When you're ready, you may begin.
I think Rebecca Kramer's speech was 100% on point tonight, but I'm here to correct the city manager's response to the video I played the last city council concerning the flooding of the bus stops at Shenango and Broadway. Shenango does not have any drains. The bus stop at Tufts has one drain. It was not plugged. The only plugged drain was at Kenyon and South Broadway. That's where the contractors put their stuff around there. I don't have a video of that one. I did not video that one, but I do have pictures, but I didn't bring them tonight. Do your homework before you criticize my videos. If city officials were more observant, you would understand the situation. A huge Broadway bus stops were a huge waste of money. People are avoiding Englewood because of the traffic jams on Broadway. A few blinking slow down signs would have slowed traffic for a fraction of the cost. A YouTube video was just released about a city paying $85,000 after violating a man's constitutional rights. It is disturbing to see taxpayers' money being spent on legal settlements. There are also other lawsuits reportedly pending involving the city police department and members of the city council. The people of the city did not vote for this kind of leadership. Our hard-earned tax dollars should be used to serve the community, not to pay for the consequences of government misconduct. Many residents have spoken about these issues, yet most of you remain silent. You continue adopting policies that conflict with the constitutional protections. Every public official takes an oath to uphold the Constitution, and when that oath is broken, there should be accountability. The city manager isn't simply retiring, he's leaving town. He is not the only one that has messed up. Residents have raised serious concerns, and many people believe that there has not been enough transparency or accountability. At the last city council meeting, a young woman stood up here and expressed her concerns. While she was speaking, most council members got up and walked away with their tails tucked. Leaders are supposed to lead, they don't run. The lady was arrested and released. Another lawsuit on the horizon. That is not the leadership the public expects. The dynamics of this city has changed. I watched this town's sense of community slowly dissolve. Tina, did you go out and look at the bus stops like you said you were going to? Cars are avoiding Broadway and taking the side streets.
Mr. Dewis, anything else?
No.
Mr. Dewis, thank you very much for your time tonight. Any questions from members of council? Go ahead, Member Russell.
So you live, what was the very last thing you said about, I was going to ask you in relation to where you live.
Yeah, I live at Lincoln and Shenango, and I'm getting a lot of traffic down my street.
Okay.
And I hear the cars and speeding and stuff down Broadway all the time. The bump outs haven't slowed traffic. They're just creating chaos.
Okay, so do you get a lot more traffic down Lincoln
yes.
than you did before?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Do you think it's just because of the construction, or do you think it's going to continue?
Yeah, the construction, I won't know until the construction's over.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Mr. Dewis, one question for me. You stated that no drains were plugged at Shenango and one drain was plugged at Tufts. Was that something that you did? Is that something that was on the video that you had, or is this something that you just checked?
No,
recently.
So the last two videos I made, there was one like a month ago and there's one 2 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
Both times when I videoed at Shenango and Broadway and Tufts and Broadway. So I went back and looked, and yeah, the drains, there's one drain at Tufts. It wasn't plugged or clogged or diverted because it's like on Tufts.
Right.
And there isn't any drains at Lincoln or at Shenango and Broadway.
Okay.
So the flooding will persist.
Okay, I appreciate that. Member Pring, go ahead.
Thank you. I will respond to your question later in council member's choice. I did want to ask a question though. You have made some comments about a particular individual coming in and council members leaving the dais. And I just wonder, and I guess would challenge you back a little bit, and do you believe that the loss of decorum in this room with children present is appropriate and that we should allow for that?
Right. I don't agree with cussing and stuff, but I also don't agree with you guys leaving.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
All right, I see no further questions. Mr. Dewis, thank you very much for your time tonight.
Thank you.
And with that, that concludes public comments. I believe I did go over everyone, so this is now a time for council members' choice and a response to public comments. So does anyone want to start us off? Member Ward, go ahead.
I just wanted to address the Broadway tree situation. I think this is a good opportunity for the business to collaborate with the city. I'm pretty sure if we open the channels of discussion, we can have a solution that works for everybody. And if you leave your contact information with the city clerk, we can direct staff to get in touch with the appropriate parties. Someone at your business who has the power of the purse and someone here who has the ability to direct city staff to act appropriately. And we'll try to find a mutually acceptable solution.
Thank you, Member Ward. I'll address everyone that came and spoke tonight. Thank you very much for coming and speaking and letting us know what is on your mind. Mr. Irwin, thank you for coming again. I know that this has been I think you may have left the room, but I know you come and spoken a couple of times in the past since that project has gone up. I'm sure that we probably have discussed that mid-block crossing. So I'll try to get a little bit more information on why that crosswalk has not been elevated or at least improved in order to slow down traffic going through that intersection. Tiffany and Julie, thank you very much for coming and speaking to the regional food hub. Tiffany, thank you very much for your words on, the challenges that many face in terms of just food insecurity overall, but also just how difficult it is to get to the proper places in order to get, like you stated, healthy food options across the city. I know that Member Prang has brought up making, or at least kicking this off as a part of our strategic plan to provide food choices across the city. So I'm sure that we'll be talking about this as one of our key metrics in the months ahead. So I do appreciate the fact that you're bringing this to our attention and making sure that this is something that we need to prioritize. So thank you both for coming and speaking on that item tonight. Mr. Janot, I know I'm mispronouncing that incorrectly. I'm going to try to get a little bit more information on why this hasn't been improved just yet in terms of the trash and the public dump site. I'm wondering whether or not code enforcement has cited that property owner. They do have a time limit in order to get that fixed, so that would be my guess, but I'll get more information as part of a council request from our city manager on the 3995 South Broadway address. But we'll make sure to get some information to you. Ms. Kramer and Mr. Dewis, actually Ms. Kramer, I think you're the only one that spoke on the Old Hampton Complete Streets. We are going to be voting on that tonight. I'm sure that's going to be a healthy conversation. I will be asking members of council if we can move that agenda item up as part of our conversation tonight, because I do believe that that is a pressing issue that we do need to address. Mr. Meyer, I think Member Ward has covered your council request. So yeah, we will definitely be looking into this and we'll come back and provide a response. So thank you very much for coming and speaking tonight. Ms. Rutledge, thank you for coming and speaking tonight. I'm not sure exactly where to begin with that council request, but I will speak to our city manager and figure out what we can do on that side in terms of your concern. And Mr. Dewis, thank you very much for just bringing attention to the flooding at the bus stop as well as some of the other items. We'll see if we can get a little bit more information on the drains, but it's been noted. Obviously, we don't want flooding on South Broadway. Your concerns in terms of the traffic is obviously something we want to alleviate, but we also want safe passage through South Broadway. But I appreciate you bringing that to our attention. Anyone else for council members' choice or response to public comment? Go ahead, Member Frank.
Thank you, Mayor. Couple of responses. I won't cover everyone because I think some responses have already been hit on. I do want to thank Mr. Meyer for the offer to work in collaboration on that. I think that's an excellent example of how to do business in the city and be a strong partner, and you've got a problem and you brought a solution, and just that willingness to have the conversation about shared ownership of that issue is deeply appreciated. Ms. Harper, thank you so much for being here. I want to thank both Ms. Hall and Ms. Harper for being here, but specifically Ms. Harper, your words of lived experience are what we need to hear to be able to do this work appropriately and properly and at the right scope and in the right locations. So I just really appreciate your willingness to have some vulnerability and bring your story forward so that can inspire us to hit the right markers when we do get into some of that work. So I really appreciate both of you being here, and good to see Ms. Levine as well in support of. I do appreciate the mayor wanting to follow up on Mr. Gentow's concern on South Broadway. It does seem pretty unacceptable that there's been such an extended period of time that there's trash piling up. So hopefully we can get good answers to that council request as far as the information that was brought forward to code compliance and why or why not that action hasn't been taken there yet. And then in response to Mr. Dewis, we just haven't had a rain event since I made that promise. So I do commit to the next time there is a significant rain event to be out there and to drive around and to take a look. I think that was a very fair challenge and the least that council members could do to actually have eyes on the situation and see the outcomes of things that we're approving. So I appreciate that challenge, and I promise I'll be out there. I'll report back when I do. I did have a few other things for council members' choice. One, I wanted to congratulate the South Platte Renew Operations Challenge team on their third place win at the Rocky Mountain Regional Competition. I think that's, a statewide competition. It's kind of a cool group that Member Summerson actually introduced me to when we went to the South Platte Renew event that was held recently. And I was able to view one of their challenges that they were demonstrating, and just really cool. Not only is it a fun and morale building experience for those team members, but to see the impressiveness of how quickly our crews can do the work that's needed in really vital, high intensity times. So I just think that that's a really cool win, and it sounds like it qualifies them to go to a national competition, and what great representation for Inglewood. The last thing that I wanted to bring forward is just a mention of an email that council received recently. There was a request from community development to have individual meetings to kind of discuss some viewpoints from individual council members on city center redevelopment. And while I do now understand that that was an attempt to kind of create some time efficiency and prep us for future conversations with New Inglewood when we enter that conversation, I think that that can give appearances of lack of transparency. That is a specific concern I have. And also, I just don't feel like it's actual creating efficiency and use of time. That's multiple meetings by our staff to be had with individual members. And I feel that the questions asked or areas that we were asked to ponder and give feedback on could lead to direction giving from individual council members from their own perspectives. And I just feel like that's a more appropriate public-facing conversation. So I would request that council and mayor, we consider bringing that out to a public-facing conversation and just do it quickly in a study session. I think if council can commit to looking at the ask of the set of questions and just come prepared to respond to them, that is a much better process, and I think a transparent process for the public. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member Prang. Member Russell, go ahead.
Thank you. I actually had put that same thing down. That council member Prang put down. I don't think it's appropriate for us as a council to meet individually with any staff member regarding any city business whatsoever, because it is inappropriate. We are a corporate body. We make decisions corporately on what happens in this city. And so when council members meet individually one-on-one with staff members, it is happening out of the purview of the public. And the one-on-ones are one of the things that need to change. And I will continue to say that until the day I leave this dais, because we serve you, not each other or not the staff. The other thing, and I'm going to give some grace, part of this, there's been missing documentation. The last couple of council meetings, there have been agenda items that don't have any documentation whatsoever at all. And if we're talking about something as a body, we have to bring it up, and it has to be on the agenda. So when other things get put on the agenda by staff or whatever, there needs to be documentation. Also, City Council was sent an email about documentation on a topic we will be talking about tonight. I'm going to ask that we postpone that because that documentation was not put out for the public, and you all have the right to know that information because it's a public meeting. And then this is the thing that I was going to bring up. There was some questions about one of the items tonight by a council member, and a response got sent to all council members, and which is okay, but those questions really should be asked during the meeting so that the public hears also, because that information and that response was also public information. And that is not, I am not going after an individual member because that's part of the learning process. And So anyway, I just want to make sure that we as a body and take seriously our openness and transparency and holding staff accountable to make sure there are agenda items. So thank you, I appreciate that.
Thank you very much, Member Russell. You'll bring those up at the appropriate time, right? You
Yes,
said.
I
Okay,
will.
perfect. Thank you so much. Member Summerson?
Echo a number of comments that have been made up here tonight. Specifically, thank you to everyone who has made public comment. It is important to hear from you directly, and so we appreciate the time, especially the number of folks who have done this for the first time, and so thank you for being here. Traffic calming, specifically the mid-block crossing, as well as continued concern that is expressed to this body around a lot of potential issues around the city with pedestrian crossing, Bates Logan being another one. So I hope that we can get serious pretty quickly about addressing these concerns across the city. Or I might ask folks to grab a shovel and join me in digging some ditches around the city to slow folks down where needed. So thank you, Ms. Harper. Really appreciate that. It is always not just awareness, but compelling when someone can share their deeply personal example, especially around lack of access to food, including transportation to find that food. And as we all know, access to healthy food is an extremely important part of not just living a normal day-to-day, but a healthy day-to-day. And so I appreciate your information on that. As has been mentioned multiple times this evening, we'll be talking about Old Hamden. So thank you, Ms. Kramer, for bringing up those points. Look forward to discussing those. And Mr. Meyer, that hamburger stand is in District 1, and so I echo the comments up here around the willingness of a business to step forward and say, we have an issue, but we'd like to work together to solve it. And so I'm looking forward to that resolution on that tree. So.
Perfect. Really quickly, three other things I just want to touch on. So one, Neighborhood Nights is this Wednesday night, starting at 4:30 at Emerson Park. So just want to make people aware of that. I know that there's been some improvements at Emerson Park, so if you're able to attend, please do so. Also, this coming Friday, Saturday, and Sunday are going to be the Willy Wonka Inglewood Summer Drama Program. Start at 7 o'clock on Friday and Saturday night, 2 p.m. on Sundays. Wanted to make the public aware of that because this is the 59th year of the Summer Drama Program. So if you're able to stop by, it's at Fish Auditorium, which is on the Inglewood campus. So just wanted to make the public aware of that. And then I've been getting calls and texts about this, but we have a new business that's popping up on South Broadway. Merrick Brothers Books is opening this Friday and Saturday. I believe they're right around or just north of Oxford, I believe, south of Mansfield on the east side of the street. So around the 4000 South Broadway area, but welcome them to the neighborhood. I know that that's an area that we've been looking to revitalize, so I'm happy that Merrick Brothers is going to be opening a bookstore there. So just wanted to make the public aware of that. This Friday is going to be their opening day. Member Prang, go ahead.
I just wanted to add to your comments on the bookstore opening. I did see a social media post today where the bookstore is seeking individuals or a business or collectors to take ownership of the old signage that's there with the baseball player. So if anyone from the public knows of collectors that are interested in that item, I think they would like to donate it and have it preserved and have some history of ours maintained.
Sounds good. All right, anyone else? If not, that does conclude public comments. Are we good to just move on to consent agenda items tonight? All right, I believe we only have one item that was pulled for this evening. It was 9C4. Are there any other items that need to be pulled? Go ahead, Member Russell.
I would like to pull 9C3. I had some comments from citizens.
Okay, thank you so much. So 9C3 and 9C4, is that correct? Perfect. All right, with that, members of council, can I get a motion to approve 9B1, 9C1, and 2?
So moved.
Thank you very much, Member Prang. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Bethel. Can we please vote?
Member Bethel?
Aye.
Member Prang?
Aye.
Member Russell?
Aye.
Member Summerson?
Aye.
Member Ward?
Aye.
Mayor Sierra?
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes.
All right. Moving on to 9C3, this is a resolution, Craig Hospital request for a right-of-way fee waiver. We have our city manager, Sean Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. Glad to answer any questions.
Member Russell, what is your question?
My question is, actually, why are we giving a waiver to a business that can afford to pay? I mean, the comments I've been getting from citizens is we keep increasing fees on single-family homes, but then we give breaks to companies that charge a lot for their services to other people. So is there a reason why is Craig Hospital getting a break on the fee?
Thank you, Member Russell. This was a request that came from Craig, and we do have Craig officials here tonight if you'd like them to respond to that.
I guess just a question. I'll add to that, City Manager Lewis. Is there a process in place when a fee waiver does get requested by a business within the city? Is there specific steps that we have to validate internally before approving or not approving a fee waiver?
Typically for development fees, they just have to request that in writing, and then those are presented to council after staff has calculated the fee amount. But we try not to gatekeep from council. If a business or an individual would like to request a waiver like that, we try to not, prohibit them from being able to do that. So we did prepare the background information, calculated the fees, and have been in contact with Craig in this case. And again, if you have any questions about the fee waiver, I'm sure they can answer those.
All right.
Just one other question. The fee waivers, you may come up. I'd appreciate it. The fee waivers, are they part of the Old Hampton Complete Streets, or is this something different?
No, this is something different. As part of the development process, they are being required by the city to upsize their water line that serves the hospital from a 6-inch to a 12-inch. And they correctly assert that this upgrade will not only serve their new development, but also the surrounding neighborhood. So in addition to their nonprofit status, they have seen the same escalated costs that we've seen on construction projects in the area. I think actually quite similar in terms of the major increase in construction costs since they started their project in 2022. And so, we believed that this was, worth council consideration because it does serve the larger neighborhood.
Okay, thank you. And if you wouldn't mind just sharing with me and with the citizens, because the citizens' fees are going up substantially. So if you wouldn't just mind sharing with us.
Sure.
Okay.
So just a point of introduction, my name is Dan Frank. I'm the Chief Financial Officer at Craig Hospital. And thank you for hearing our request. We have a slight difference of opinion about the need for the upgrade of the water line on Girard. Our studies that we commissioned have shown that our project does not require an upsizing of that line. The city has requested that we do so, and so at considerable expense, quite honestly. And so given the fact that our opinion and our consultants are advising us that this does not need to be done as a result of our construction project, the city believes otherwise. We are requesting that fee waiver in order to defray some of the costs associated with what we believe is a project predominantly for the benefit of the surrounding areas.
I appreciate that. And did you appeal to the city since your people said they didn't feel that it was necessary?
We have had multiple conversations with the city's utility department. Once again, I want to characterize this as a difference of opinion, but respectful. And we've had multiple conversations with the appropriate utility experts.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for coming up to share that with us. I appreciate it.
Member Bethel, do you have a question as well?
Yeah. Just a point of clarification, Craig Hospital is a not-for-profit company, is that correct?
Yes, they are.
And they're one of Inglewood's largest employers, correct? Great. Questions answered, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further questions from members of council? All right, seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 9C3?
Move to approve 9C3.
Thank you, Member Prank. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Ward. Any further comments? Just Mr. Frank, thank you very much for coming and speaking on the item. Thank you very much. Well, I will be in support of the fee waiver tonight. I appreciate what Craig Hospital brings to the city of Inglewood. I think I will leave it at that point at this moment, but I do appreciate the context behind the fee waiver, so appreciate that. Member Prang and then Member Ward.
Thank you. I want to echo the appreciation of the presence of Craig in Inglewood and being a large employer, being not only a national but probably international presence for us in Inglewood. And on top of that, just being such a strong partner as far as supporting our schools, and just there's always a conversation about what Craig is doing to be in partnership to support the broader well-being of residents in Inglewood. And so for me, that very much supports approval of a pretty small dollar amount, and I absolutely agree that there is a broader benefit to the neighborhood surrounding the area that's being improved, and I find all kinds of ways to justify this ask.
Member Ward.
I have to admit the fee waiver gave me similar pause to what Member Russell had. But when I looked at it, I saw that Craig is a nonprofit, and I don't see anything substantively different than what we would do for any other nonprofit. I've been pretty bullish on protecting the public right of way, so those fees are high for a reason. But on this case, I think I would echo some of the comments of my peers that Craig's been a great partner in this community, and the nonprofit status makes this worth the money that we are foregoing for the use of the public right of way.
Member Russell.
Thank you. And I do also appreciate Craig Hospital and the partnership with the city. I mean, I have some friends that have been recipients of the benefits that Craig provides. And so I do appreciate it. It wasn't anything against Craig that I asked that question. I do have some concerns about other departments in the city, though. So thank you for coming to share, and I will be supporting this also.
Thank you, Member Russell. With that, can we please vote?
Member Bethel?
Aye.
Member Prang?
Aye.
Member Russell?
Aye.
Member Summerson?
Aye.
Member Ward?
Aye.
Mayor Sierra?
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes.
All right, thank you very much, and thank you very much, City Manager Sean Lewis, on that one. Moving on to 9C4. Yeah, this is the award of a contract with Tech Systems, Inc. Online, we have our Capital Projects Manager, Trey Blake, and apologies, Mr. Blake, I had to not let you know we were pulling this item, so.
No worries,
are you
no
online?
worries.
There you are. We have a question from our, from Member Summerson.
Yes, thank you. I asked for this one to be pulled. We've just been having a lot of conversation about tech and data and privacy and safety. And so in particular, there's some items in here that reference long-term, within long-term about expansion and upgrades. And just wanted to verify that those might be brought back for further approval for this particular contract. Especially if they involve, you know, the saving of data or information through the systems, through this particular tech system. And so I was just looking for some idea there around, we've recently had conversations around free trials and pilots that have been implemented without approval. And so wanted some clarification on that.
Yeah, I'm not sure on that. I think our biggest reason, okay. Victor, if you can help me answer this one.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor and Council. Victor Rochelle, Director of Public Works. Thank you, Councilmember, for the question. So this primary goal with this contract award is to upgrade our badge and key system for all our facilities. That badge and key system is pretty universal along all our facilities, Civic Center, PD, ERC, Malley. The badge system, the core units that support that actually are either at the end of life or maybe just a hair beyond. And so the parts aren't readily available. We're seeing continued issues around the functionality and having to reboot the system on a regular basis. So to answer your question directly, yes, any additional upgrades or anything that's keeping data will be brought back to City Council. I will say the badging system as it is today and likely in this system will keep some record and has been useful for city staff when we're trying to check on a few things about the comings and goings of staff, of who came in at what time, if necessary. But that's not the primary goal here. The primary goal is to bring our system up to current standard and make sure that the building is secure, the facilities are secure, and everybody that needs proper access has that proper access.
Thank you. I think that just speaks a little to what Member Russell was mentioning earlier, just in terms of public conversation around approval of contracts. So I was making some assumptions about what the license plate recognition might be in this case. Also, its connection to Visualon, but I think it's good to just have a public accounting of that. So thank you for the answers.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Any further questions from members of council? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 9C4?
Moved.
Thank you, Member Summerson. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Prang. Any further comments? Member Ward, go ahead.
I have to admit, I still have some reservations even after approving last year's capital improvement budget, which included this item. It frustrates me a little bit that we are replacing equipment at the police station that is less than 5 years old in a $25 million building. We installed equipment that literally does not meet our needs 5 years later. That is really upsetting to me. And I don't really want to pay for this, but I also don't want to kick the ball down the road for another council to have to deal with the same problem. So I will be voting to approve it tonight, but I would like to note my frustrations with the technology that we adopted in the first place.
Thank you very much, Member Ward. All right, with that, can we please vote?
Member Bethel?
Aye.
Member Prang?
Aye.
Member Russell?
Aye.
Member Summerson?
Aye.
Member Ward?
Aye.
Mayor Sierra?
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes.
All right, thank you very much, Director, and thank you very much, Trey, for the answers as well. Moving on to 11A1, we're still good to move forward. This is the approval of ordinance on first reading for the IGA with the state of Colorado for a data sharing and license agreement. We have, Will Slate, our economic development manager. Good evening, Will.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Will Slate, Economic Development Manager. This item is to enter into an agreement or accept the terms and conditions from the state to access the quarterly census of employment and wages microdata, which will provide localized information on employment here in Inglewood that will help with planning and economic development purposes. I kept my comments pretty short in case council had any specific questions about the contract or the content. But we've previously used this data. It's just now the state has terms and conditions that we have to enter into, and so that's why we're here today.
Appreciate that, Mr. Slade. Member Prang, go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate the brief comments on it. And I also work for the state, so I have a high level of confidence in their data sharing agreements. I just want to clarify and have it said out loud for the public that this agreement is a one-way data flow from the state to us.
Correct. That is, the state will be giving us data. We do not give the state any data.
Great, thank you.
Any further questions from members of council? All right, seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 11A1?
Move to approve 11A1.
Thank you, Member Prang. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Summerson. Any further comments? Seeing none, can we please vote?
Member Bethel?
Aye.
Member Prang?
Aye.
Member Russell?
Aye.
Member Summerson?
Aye.
Member Ward?
Aye.
Mayor Sierra?
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes.
Mr. Slade, thank you very much for your time tonight. Council Bill, moving on to 11A2, this is Council Bill 50. This is a bill for ordinance for non-residential, non-conforming uses in residential districts. We have a senior planner, Will Charles. Good evening, Will.
Good evening. So I do not have a presentation or anything tonight. The only thing I wanted to add is there was some discussion last time about the hours of operation question. So afterwards, I did have a chance to talk with the owners of God Save the Cream. So they are actually open till 10. So with the way it's written now, it has a 9 p.m. Time on there. So I did have a chance to speak with them. They said it would be a pretty significant impact if they were having to close an hour early. They weren't able to make it for the public comment period today, but I wanted to make sure you were aware of that. And then additionally, just wanted to make sure you were also aware of those Planning and Zoning Commission conditions that were at the top of the staff report. Other than that, I'm just here if you have any questions.
Appreciate it. Mr. Charles, any questions for members of council? Go ahead, Member Russell.
So what would happen if we changed it to 10 o'clock rather than 9 o'clock?
So the reason we put it for 9 o'clock is, generally the kind of latest time for sunset is about 8:30, 8:45. So that was kind of meant to cover where, it closes at night. If it was to change to 10 o'clock, I don't see that making a terribly significant difference as far as, meeting that same goal of, getting people home once it starts getting dark. But that was kind of the intent of the way it was written.
So how many of the non-conforming properties are businesses in residential areas?
So there are 12 of these total. They're all in residential areas.
Okay. If we changed it and we later found there was a problem, can we change it back to 9 o'clock? That may be for the city attorney.
We can. I would recommend that we study the impacts of a 9 p.m. change versus a 10 p.m. change, and especially how the neighborhood is impacted by that additional additional time. So I would want to make sure that we have verifiable data and case studies to show why it is necessary if we start at 10 and then move it to 9.
So is it possible that we could table this until we get that done?
From my perspective, yes.
I mean, the one issue is until, with these businesses, so, the one that's impacted right now is God Save the Cream. These are currently their hours of operation. We haven't heard any complaints as far as, through our code enforcement or our planning department. So I would say the one business that does have this as a consideration hasn't had any issues with it with their non-conforming status currently. So with changing it to the existing conforming structures, all it would do for that is let them stay open the same amount of time that they currently are today.
Okay, I mean, I don't want to change the law and then they get in trouble because we didn't consider that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, all I'm trying to say is what's out there today as a non-conforming use is open till 10.
But once we change this 30 days from now, it will be law.
Correct. Yeah, so what is in the ordinance, would be adopted.
Okay, I'll just concede for a while.
Thank you, Member Russell. Member Prang?
Thank you. Is there any time-sensitive issue going on with the approval of this that would prevent us from pausing in doing the impact study for the business so that we are making the right decision out the gate and don't have to then later after the fact reconsider if it's having a significant impact to the business?
The only thing I would mention is, there are some other Title 16 regulations that are coming down as well. And so just with the noticing ways that these go through, one has to get finished before the next one comes to you guys. So there's some considerations there. But other than that, it's really just, we have heard from these businesses about these regulations that they're itching to kind of get them forward. There's a few of them that are looking to get different tenants in there for ones that are having difficulty finding a tenant for the space. And then for these, more food-oriented ones, being open during the summer is kind of their ideal time. So those are the only considerations I would say as far as the timing of it, but ultimately it's up to you.
Okay. I appreciate that answer. I think that we could figure out a way to manage our time and how we're setting agenda items and not, like, I guess I just have a preference for doing it right out the gate. And if there's a recommendation to do an impact study, and if it's going to deeply impact a very popular business within Inglewood, how long would it take to do an impact study of that sort?
So I don't think I must have been clear in my recommendation. I was recommending that we amend to allow for a 10 p.m. close time.
Got it, okay.
And then if there's a problem with that extended time, then we do a study. What are the problems that have arisen so that we have data that would support setting it at 9? But because this is an existing use with existing times, and we have evidence that there is no issue with it currently, my recommendation would be that we adopt it with a 10 p.m.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. That solves my issue.
Member Bethel.
Yeah, I would like to adopt this with the 10 p.m. Closing time. Can I make an amendment to do that? Do I make a motion for that amendment?
We can, but can we get further questions on the board?
Sure,
just in the
yeah.
event that there's other things?
My
But
only
go ahead.
justification is that I don't see the need to add more bureaucracy, more impact studies, when our goal here is to allow for the non-conforming uses and to support these businesses.
Thank you, Member Bethel. Member Summerson,
Thank you, and thank you for confirming that information around God Save the Green. I would also be in favor of moving this to 10 p.m. as it currently exists. I do think I would sort of want to know what the implications are to that outside to the other folks who are within this, right? Like if we start creating conformity with non-conforming businesses, we know that in this particular case, this business is a good neighbor. Neighbors support this business. They do business at that hour in a respectful way. And, we would hope that anyone else who fits this bill would do the same. So I guess I just am curious. I'm still struggling to find out where the list of we've seen like property maps and pictures of these, but just like the types of businesses they are, like I often find it difficult to continue to categorize them. The other question I did have was on the recommendation from Planning and Zoning to reduce the brew pub and restaurant. I think, wasn't it? They were trying to. It was at 2,000 square feet. I think they were trying to move it to 3,000 square feet before there would need to be any sort of change.
Correct. So there's basically there are administrative approvals and there are Planning and Zoning Commission approvals. So the way it's currently written in the ordinance is any change of use is allowed for 3,000 square feet, except for basically things like restaurants and brew pubs. The way the Planning and Zoning Commission would rather it be worded is anything less than 3,000 square feet can be approved administratively.
Okay. I appreciate wanting to streamline and have some clarity in the process. I guess my concern with that is that restaurants and brew pubs specifically are the types of businesses that might bring traffic, might bring noise past 10 o'clock, I think there might need to be more consideration beyond administration. So I don't know that I'm in favor of that particular recommendation from Planning and Zoning, which I had communicated the last time as well. So I don't know if anyone else has any thoughts on that, but those are my two. And thank you for getting the information on the 10 p.m. close time.
Thank you very much, Member Summerson. I don't think I have any further questions. I think it's just more comments about the specific item. So if there's no further questions, can I get a motion on the table? Let's get a motion on the table and then we'll ask for the amendments at that point. So can I get a motion for CB 50?
Move to approve, what is this, CB 15?
50, 5-0.
5-0.
Thank you
So
very
moved.
Much. Thank you very much, Member Bethel. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Prang. All right, and then any amendments or go ahead, Member Russell. I think you may have a comment. Go ahead.
I move to amend the time to 10 p.m.
Thank you very much. Member Russell, could I get a second on that amendment?
I'll second that amendment.
Thank you very much, Member Bethel. Any comments from members of council? I will be in support of the 10 p.m. change, so just to coincide with the current times. I could say more, but we'll just keep it at that. So, all right, seeing no further comments, can we please vote on the amendment?
Member Bethel?
Aye.
Member Prang?
Aye.
Member Russell?
Aye.
Member Summerson?
Aye.
Member Ward?
Aye.
Mayor Sierra?
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes.
All right, thank you very much. Any further amendments? Go ahead, Member Summerson.
Sorry, I'm trying to scan the documents to figure out where I want the amendment to land. I believe the planning and zoning recommendation was made as part of this for the administrative review to be part of anything 3,000 square feet and under, and remove the exception for brew pubs and restaurants at 2,000 square feet. I would prefer to see that remain not at the administrative level, but at the, which was the Planning and Zoning Commission, to have to review restaurants and brew pubs at 2,000 square feet, as it was previously.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, I was trying to figure out where it was. So
I couldn't find it.
Okay, so there's a motion to make it 2,000 square feet for restaurants and brew pub uses to planning and zoning. Is that enough? Is that as clear?
So just one point. So right now, the Planning and Zoning Commission recommendations are not.
I was going to
as part
say
of
is
that
like
ordinance. So
Not
if
yet.
you don't make an amendment to it, it would be that 3,000, 2,000.
Okay.
But similarly for the other two amendments, so the distancing requirement for public notices, that one would be an amendment if you wanted that adopted. And then as well for, you already mentioned the 10 o'clock one, but the noticing one would be the other one. So.
Thank you very much for that. Mr. Charles, is there any other amendments that are needed from members of council?
Can I ask a question?
Sure, go ahead, Member
So
Russell.
the motion that Councilmember Summerson made isn't necessary?
It's not necessary because right now it's still 2,000 feet. So if we did want to make it an administrative process to allow it up to 3,000 feet for brew pubs and restaurants, then we would have to amend it. But currently, we're okay with 2,000.
Okay, then my next question is, Mr. Charles, you said we wanted to make an amendment on the distance. The distance isn't included in there, the 400 feet?
Correct. So the ordinances as it was presented to Planning and Zoning Commission, Planning and Zoning Commission made the 3 recommendations. So the distancing requirement, the hours of operation, and then the 3,000, 2,000 square feet. So if you wanted to add any of those to it, you'd have to make amendments. So you've already made an amendment to allow for the 10 o'clock time. But if you would want to do the larger distancing requirement for the mailing, you would need to make an amendment for that.
Okay, so what is the larger distance requirement that they suggested?
Sure. So right now, as it's written, if a business was doing something where it required them going to Planning and Zoning Commission, they would apply for what's called an existing commercial structure, or a special exception to an existing commercial structure, where then they would send out a mailing to any property within 200 square feet. The way Planning and Zoning Commission felt that was a little bit too narrow, so their recommendation was to expand that to 400.
Okay, I appreciate that because I agree with them.
Yeah.
I would like to move to amend the distance to be 400 feet.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Member Russell. Could I get a second on that?
Second.
Thank you very much, Member Prang. Any comments from members of council? All right. Can we please vote on the amendment to increase the noticing distance for the neighborhood meeting to 400 feet?
Member Bethel?
Aye.
Member Prang?
Aye.
Member Russell?
Aye.
Member Summerson?
Aye.
Member Ward?
Aye.
Mayor Sierra?
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes.
All right. Anything else for members of council? All right. Seeing none, can we please vote? Well, are there any further comments? If not,
Mayor, could you clarify the original motion on the table, who the second was? I have Councilmember Bethel moved it just to open up the item.
On the second one?
Nope, not on either of the amendments, but on the two.
Oh, the original was Member Bethel and Member Prang.
Praying. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
All right. Member Summerson, any further comments?
Just a point of clarification, I'm still confused, sorry. So as I'm reading the council memo, the recommendation is that there are 3 particular changes that are being requested. We've just voted on 2 of them. The third one was so we would have needed to add that all changes at the 3,000 square foot if we didn't want it held.
Correct. If
Okay.
we wanted to take the recommendation of P&Z, which was allow all changes for use of structures under 3,000 square feet of gross floor to be approved administratively.
Okay,
That was,
but we did take a vote on the time,
we did.
which had previously been 10 p.m.
It was originally 9 p.m. So we changed it to 10 p.m.
I thought it was originally 9 p.m. at the recommendation of planning and zoning.
Correct. They wanted to stay at 9, but we changed it to say
They wanted
10
to
p.m.
stay at 9? So it was
Yeah,
at 9?
Yeah. So kind of 2 pieces.
Yeah.
So when we took it to Planning and Zoning Commission, it had an interior to the structure time and an exterior to the structure time. So like patios and things like that closed a little bit earlier. Their recommendation was to just make it 9 across the board. Then the recommendation tonight is to make it 10 p.m. across the board.
Okay.
Yeah, and it took me a minute until I found the slide that pointed out the 3 items. So, anything else, Member Summerson?
Nope.
Okay. Perfect. All right. With that, everyone, all right. So I guess the vote now is on 11A2 as amended.
Member Bethel?
Aye.
Member Prang?
Aye.
Member Russell?
Aye.
Member Summerson?
Aye.
Member Ward?
Aye.
Mayor Sierra?
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, members of staff and P&Z and everyone involved in this decision. It was a lot of work, a lot of months on this project. So I appreciate everything that you did on this. All right. We're going to move to 11B1. This is code amendment regarding the city's donation acceptance process. We have Deputy City Attorney Victoria McDermott. I don't think there's anything new here. This actually should have been part of consent agenda tonight because we did have a unanimous vote last time, but.
Yes, there were 7 in approval.
Okay, so just missed it, but it's part of the regular agenda. Any questions from members of council on this? All right, seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 11B1?
So moved.
Thank you, Member Prang. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Bethel. Any further comments? All right, thank you very much for all the work on this, Deputy City Attorney. With that, can we please vote?
Member Bethel?
Aye.
Member Prang?
Aye.
Member Russell?
Aye.
Member Summerson?
Aye.
Member Ward?
Aye.
Mayor Sierra?
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes.
All right, thank you very much, Deputy City Attorney. All right, moving to 11B2. This is Council Bill 44 for the Plan Unit Development Amendment for Encantada Daycare. We have Senior Planner Will Charles. Anything new to report, Mr. Charles? Actually, there might be a couple things.
The only thing I would add is, as a request from council at the first reading, was to reach out to some affected property owners along Dartmouth. If those improvements are made, that might lose some parking spots. So in between the first reading and now, I did have a chance to talk to the property owner there about those parking spaces as well. I sent out a letter with help of Public Works to that property as well, just to have something official in the mail as well with it. And then additionally, the applicant also sent a letter notifying about the same improvements.
Thank you very much, Mr. Charles. Any questions from members of council? Go ahead, Member Prang.
Thank you. I do have one question. So we've had some kind of ongoing discussion about traffic flow and who owns the problem, et cetera. And while the city does own the current issue that exists as far as backups of traffic, I do have one question. If this PUD were approved and passes, Will the city still have the right to assess traffic impact from the new use at the property, and how will they mitigate traffic queuing issues during peak hours?
Sure. So with that one, I'll go ahead and toss it actually over to our Public Works team, to our traffic engineer, Mr. Shaw.
Perfect. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Thomas Shaw, Traffic Engineering Manager. So if I understood the question correctly, it was beyond the application and once we're operating the daycare, how would we address traffic? Specifically, we would continue to monitor the intersection, understand if the distribution of traffic would necessarily require or suggest that a reoptimization or balance of time between the east and westbound flow compared to the north and southbound flow could be introduced without compromising progression along Broadway. Beyond that, there's additional detection settings and other parameters we could introduce to maybe help deal with infrequent traffic demand, I might say, from school pickup and drop off, but we would have a few measures of being able to address that in the future.
Okay. And given that that's kind of a known concern already, is that something that the city that council can request that the city do proactively, so we don't have to wait until there are complaints that come forward, but because we know that we've done traffic studies already and that there are some concerns about existing issues, that we are going to, at such and such interval, be studying the situation to assure that we're not increasing traffic flow issues. I want some collaboration and partnership from the vendor to help own that problem if it arises. And while I know that we have a current situation that wasn't created by them, if the existence of that business in this particular location adds to the existing problem, then similar to what we heard earlier tonight, will we have a situation where we could have businesses be in collaboration with us to resolve the issues? And I think, to necessitate that conversation, we would need the information from proactive examination of the traffic flows.
Yeah, absolutely. I think two ways to answer that question. One, proactively, how can we be better prepared to maybe more continually monitor the intersections, which some of the detection equipment that we have will help us do that a little bit more in the future. But beyond that, we are currently working with Dr. Cog to review and assess signal timing change at Broadway and Dartmouth separate of this PUC or PUD application, and are hopeful that we might be able to introduce that change here in the next few weeks.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate those answers.
You're welcome.
Any further questions from members of council? All right, seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 11B2?
So moved.
Thank you, Member Bethel. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Ward. Any further comments? Go ahead, Member Summerson.
Yes, I'll be voting in favor of this change this evening, but I continue to want to press us to, again, be proactive in the traffic situation on both the east and westbound sides of Dartmouth, as well as on Broadway north and south at that intersection. There are 4 businesses at that corner. 2 of them have been here a while and have multiple entry points within those intersections that can make things challenging. Chick-fil-A is the newest business, really has, both from a customer model perspective, I'm sure, right, really focused their attention on creating a almost unified way of getting in and out of that property. I would have hoped to have seen a little more of that thought within this project itself, and so far have not seen that, but I do have serious concerns about the traffic coming in at peak times. Again, not volume of cars being backed up necessarily, but the issue of folks crossing multiple lanes, multiple new lanes of Dartmouth, plus a bike path in order to make a left turn into that property, which is the predominant way in for a majority of the people who likely will be arriving. And then that also has implications on the on the west side of Dartmouth as well, facing the 7-Eleven and the Chick-fil-A, where there is already a lot of issues at that intersection. So we talked about that. We also talked about creating possibly a box or some way to try to help at least visually mitigate some issues with traffic coming down that hill and blocking that intersection. And so I'm hopeful to see a lot more of those taken into consideration as this project moves forward.
Thank you very much, Member Summerson. I thought I saw another light. Go ahead, Member Russell.
Thank you. I will not be in support of this. My biggest concern is the fact that we are eliminating another business location for retail sales. And when I first got on council, the amount of sales and use tax that went towards the general fund was around 65 to 70%. This past budget, or the budget for 2026, only 59% of sales and use tax is going to the general fund budget. The more retail spaces we eliminate in the city are putting stress. We can't fund a $70 million budget on property tax. It just will not work. So I will not be in support of it. Not that I don't think it's a good idea. It's not a great location. We need retail sales there. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Member Russell. I will be in support of this. I do appreciate the work of Community Development Public Works reaching out to the affected tenants and the homeowner at that property. I did have a chance to speak to them by phone. Spoke to a couple of the tenants there as well, and they did voice some of the concerns that they have with it, but they did say that they were going to be working with Community Development on that block. This is a worthy business that moves into the city, so I will be voting in support of it. I welcome them coming into the city of Inglewood. I understand the concerns that Member Russell is bringing up regarding retail sales and losing another prominent spot, but as we've seen across the city, retail sales, or at least the big box stores, it's just something that we're just having trouble with, not just in this city, but just nationwide, worldwide, really. But we are still receiving that sales tax dollars. Anything that's bought online with the Inglewood zip code, we do still see as part of the sales and use tax number. And actually, the fact that it's 59% to me is a positive in the fact that we diversified how we're getting revenue into the city. I think that is a positive, but overall, we still want to increase our revenue sales tax dollars, foot traffic overall, and we'll find other avenues to do that across the city. So I understand the concern, but I think with this business, I think that this is a net positive for the city. So with that, can we please vote?
Member Bethel?
Aye.
Member Prang?
Aye.
Member Russell?
Nay.
Member Summerson?
Aye.
Member Ward?
Aye.
Mayor Sierra?
Aye.
Let the record show 5 ayes and 1 nay.
Members of council, is it okay if we take a 10-minute break and then come back for 11C1? All right, let's do that. It is 8:45. If we could be back a little bit after 8 or 8:55, we'll join the meeting again. Thank you. Members of council, if you could please be seated. All right, thank you very much. To the public and members of council, we are now back. We are moving on to 11C1. This is the motion for appointment of the arbitrator to hear labor relations matters. We have Deputy City Attorney Victoria McDermott on this item. Good evening again.
Good evening again. Good evening, Mayor and Council. So this is a motion to select from one of 3 mutually approved arbitrators to hear an impasse proceeding between the city and the EEA, which is the Englewood Employees Association. That is one of our collective bargaining units within the city. The city and the EEA have been negotiating a successor collective bargaining agreement. We are at impasse on one of those articles, which is on compensation. Impasse is when we can't agree to a term. The city had proposed a 2% raise for a 1-year contract, and the EEA was proposing a 5% raise for the same 1-year contract. Under our charter, we have a process, which is the impasse process that we go about to resolve that dispute. Part of the process is for council to select an arbitrator to hear the dispute and select from one of the proposals to prevail for the 1-year contract.
Anything else, Deputy City Attorney?
No, nothing else. There are the 3 arbitrators that are included within your packet. So we are just requesting that council select one of those arbitrators by July 30th, which is what our charter mandates for the selection of an arbitrator.
Appreciate that. Any questions, Member Russell?
Yes. Does Catherine Miller have a fee, or does she do it for nothing?
She does have a fee, and let me scroll through here to see if that was inadvertently excluded from your packet. Sorry, I'm looking for it. I am not seeing that within the resume that we have here for you all, so I can find out that information and supplement with that.
Thank you very much. We probably would need that a little bit quicker or quickly. Any other questions from members of council while Deputy City Attorney is looking for that information? I guess I just have a question. Is there no recommendation that comes from the City Attorney's office for one of the 3?
So we are mindful of our neutrality and the process that is imposed by charter. The City Attorney's Office will be representing the city in that impasse proceeding, but between our office and EEA's counsel, each of these arbitrators were deemed, in both of our opinions, to have the expertise and experience that would be needed to hear something like this.
Member Ward.
Are there any challenges associated with hiring an out-of-state arbitrator as opposed to someone in-state?
So the arbitrators are available to come to Colorado, but they all also do conduct hearings remotely. So we would be able to conduct it over Teams or Zoom, depending on the platform preference of the arbitrator.
And we wouldn't be concerned about any quirks of state law regarding labor arbitration or anything like that that might trip them up?
There shouldn't be an issue with that. Under the city's hearing proceedings, we do conduct hearings remotely in other circumstances, so we would be able to do that here as well.
Okay.
All right. Any further questions? Member Russell, do you have another question or still from the previous one?
No,
Okay.
just the previous one for now.
All right.
And to supplement the information regarding Catherine Miller, what I'm finding is that she charges $4.25 an hour, which includes travel time and $150 for paralegal support.
Okay. All right. Any questions from members of council? I guess in terms of selecting one, is there a preference from any members of council on any of the 3 applicants? Member Ward, go ahead.
I'm by no means an expert, but I do spend a fair amount of time in the legal community. I'll say that based on just a clean reading of the resumes, I think Mr. Levac is where I would go, the arbiter out of Oregon, arbitrator. I'm not sure what those two words are. Not entirely synonymous, I guess, but close enough, right? Anyway, that would be my first choice. I can't elaborate too much on my reservations about Ms. Miller, other than to say that some of the people with whom I am professionally connected recommended against that particular option.
All right. Member Russell?
Thank you. I actually agree. I think that Mr. Levac would be my first choice as well. I think perhaps out of state may be a better option that would be more objective because there's no connections at all, probably. I'm not saying maybe there could be, but less likely, I would think. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Anyone else from council? Not. If anyone wanted to make a motion on any of the applicants, we could go from there.
Move to appoint Thomas Levick as the arbitrator.
Thank you, Member Praying. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Russell. Any further comments? All right, seeing none, can we please vote?
Member Bethel?
Aye.
Member Prang?
Aye.
Member Russell?
Aye.
Member Summerson?
Aye.
Member Ward?
Aye.
Mayor Sierra?
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes.
Thank you very much, Deputy City Attorney.
Thank you very much.
All right, everyone. Members of council, I'm going to ask to make a motion to move up 11C4. What's the proper terminology there? The motion to... Is there...
Well, under Bob's rules, you could just say we're doing this unless somebody objects. It's pretty flexible. But if you want to make a motion, you could just move to consider C4 immediately.
Well, let's just go ahead and just move up 11C4 to now, if members of council are okay with that. This is the motion for Old Hampton Complete Streets contract for construction. We have Director of Public Works, Victor Rochelle, and Engineering Manager, Michael Roman. Director Rochelle, when you are ready.
Good afternoon again, Mayor and Council. Thank you. Get the slide deck up here. Sorry, I'm going to have to skip ahead and then we'll come back.
That is the one thing that I did not consider as part of this motion. So
I got it. Here we go. Okay.
Perfect.
So real quick, overview of the project. We've talked about it a few times, but Old Hampton Complete Streets, we're looking to make the street complete in that it serves all modes of transportation. That includes ADA accessibility, wider sidewalk, enhanced crosswalks, and really connecting the Broadway corridor, east-west, over towards the hospital. So a little bit of additional background there. As you're aware, the city has completed the lion's share of the utilities improvement project along the corridor, which are stormwater infrastructure and utilities, primarily sewer, I believe, and water. The one note there is some additional stormwater work happening on the west side of the project. It's going to be ongoing as well and then wrapping up. Here's a map real quick showing the limits of the project. So the city went out to bid twice. Our first bid, we did not have any bidders. The public works staff coordinated with procurement to reach out to some of our, what I'll call more usual contractors that we see bid on projects. We understand one was uploading but missed the deadline by approximately 30 minutes, plus or minus. Several other contractors indicated that they didn't have the bandwidth at the time. Following those discussions, we went back out to bid and received the 3 bids that you see on the screen, with the low bid being Jalisco International at $10.8 million. Real quick on the funding breakdown, Several different buckets of money here. The first line item you'll see is the Complete Streets project. This is a combination of the grant that was approved by DRCOG plus the city's matching dollars. You'll see there on column B on the right-hand side that 1.9 million has been spent to date. That's a combination of design efforts, survey, and easements. We also have some pavement maintenance dollars that are going into the project because we are going to be repaving Old Hamden, and those dollars are specifically only to cover the pavement line item. We also have the next line down, third line down, EDDA's previously approved amount contribution of 1.1 million. The line after that, April 6, Budget Supplemental 2, you'll see the 2.3 that was approved by council. And then the second to bottom line there is Supplemental 3, which is on the agenda tonight for 5.7 million in coordination with EDDA. And with that, the previously approved 2.3 is slated to go back to the PIF balance. The use of funds is below that. You'll see the Jalisco contract for the 10.8 million, contingency at 22%, at 2.3 million in change. We are bringing forward a contract tonight with Excel Energy for the streetlight component. It's 691,000, and then construction management with an estimate at 800,000 in change, which we have in hand and will be bringing to council shortly. And then contemporary construction easements, which are also on the agenda tonight. This is the second batch. We have some previously approved temporary easements approved by council. The second batch totals 125,000 and change. At the end of the project, there's a small balance left for the project. This project contains a couple of risks that we want to talk about with council. Make sure you have this awareness. So first up is HB 1466. This is ARPA funding. So the city has an unspent balance of ARPA funds, which is a component of the grant funds of a little over 3.4 million. We have spent a little over 900,000 of that. Again, that's the design component. According to the state, the ARPA funds expire at the end of the year, so we need to expend those funds, have the materials on site, construction in the ground that total that amount, and then submit those reimbursements to the state for those funds to be valid. Work after that is not eligible for that reimbursement, so our goal is to hit that 3.4 million in change in expenditure by December 31st. Next up, Excel. So we do have several utilities in the area, both Excel and Lumen. Lumen being fiber, Excel being your power. Excel is out now working on the project and in the area undergrounding, moving utilities. Lumen, we are chasing to get going. We've been in contact with them. They have not started their mitigation and relocation yet, but we are coordinating heavily with both, trying to get them moving as quickly as possible to get out of the way. And will be a heavy coordination issue with our contractor as well. Traffic control. So we're sensitive to the businesses in the area. When we did the the utility component of the project, we had to coordinate heavily to make sure businesses had access at all time, at least one access point. So we'll be continuing to coordinate with our contractor, make sure those businesses stay open and that we have appropriate detours in place and making sure our detours don't overlap. We're going to have multiple projects ongoing. We have the utility stormwater project I touched on a minute ago. We have our project as well, and there could be others coming into the zone that we need to coordinate with. And then CDOT approvals. So we are wrapping up right-of-way clearance. So we have right-of-way clearance. The final is when the home or property owners receive the check for the approval for the temporary. So we have conditional pending council's approval tonight of that, and then the property owners receiving those checks. There is a small typo here. It says clearance to add. That is clearance to award. So we get clearance of award from CDOT after tonight's discussion with City Council. If City Council approves, then we advance that clearance to award, and that process is about a month through the state. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions. And for consideration tonight, as on the screen, is the contract with Jalisco for 10.8 with that 22% contingency. And we have two other it's worth mentioning quickly, sorry, Mayor, we do have two other items tonight. So for the project to advance, all three items need to be considered and simultaneously advanced. If the contract advances without the easements, then there'll be a redesign that needs to be done. Same with the Excel. If the Excel does not advance, then we'll need to consider a redesign as well.
Thank you very much, Director Rochelle. Actually, the two items that are ahead of this item are also needing to be part of the, it's just that there's 5 items total that all are contingent on this Old Hampton Complete Streets contract. So I'll open it up to questions. Member Ward, you are first.
Director Rochelle, can you describe the city's previous experience with this contractor, what projects the contractor has previously worked on and how they went?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Ward. So Jalisco has worked on 2 projects to my knowledge in the city. The first is Dartmouth Bridge, and the second is the Oxford Pedestrian Bridge.
And the second half of the question, how did those contracts go?
The first contract, the Dartmouth Bridge construction ran into a few challenges, some outside the contractor's control and some within the contractor's control. The city is still currently engaged in closing out that project and to a satisfaction of both the city and the contractor, and have not been able to come to an amicable resolution yet.
So we're currently involved in active litigation with this contractor.
I don't believe we've moved to the litigation component. We've tried to resolve without getting into litigation, but I believe we are quickly moving into that.
And the Oxford Pedestrian Bridge contract, how did that go?
The Oxford Pedestrian Bridge, while significantly smaller in scale, went slightly better. Staff were able to apply lessons learned, but it was still a challenging project. And I believe if we have not closed it out, we're closing it out shortly.
And if I recall correctly, we had significant cost overruns on the Dartmouth Bridge project. Did we experience similar on the Oxford Pedestrian Bridge project?
Your analysis on Dartmouth is correct. We did see some significant delays, some due to utilities, some due to the contractor. On Oxford Pedestrian Bridge, we saw some contractor challenges with the utilities as well. The team, Public Works team in particular, both the project manager and inspectors had to push back on several change orders that were not justified, and we were able to come to some resolution there.
How did the size of the Dartmouth Bridge project compare to the proposed size of the Hampton Complete Streets project, as far as cost is concerned?
That is a good question. I don't want to misspeak, so I'd have to check for you. I got to imagine budgetary-wise, they were not too far apart, but I don't have that figure in front of me.
And I'll just ask you, plain as can be, if you were the staff member who was responsible for managing this contract, would you want to work with this contractor again?
If I was a staff member, I'd want to make sure that if I had to work with this contractor, we put critical systems in place, which staff are doing. We have met with this contractor. They're changing their project management team on their side as well to try and better that relationship. I will say, in full transparency, there are certainly concerns on the staff side with the contractor.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Member Russell.
Thank you. Are we required to take the lowest bidder?
Thank you, Councilmember Russell, for the question. My understanding, and based on the processes that staff have engaged with the state, yes. There have been some discussions with the state to see if there are any other options available, and through the appropriate channels, we were told there were no other options at this time.
Okay, and so my concern is, even on this project, they are the lowest bidder, but by the time the contingency fund gets spent, they're higher than the top bidder.
Thank you for that comment. Staff have similar concerns, hence the high contingency at 22%. That was also discussed with the state, but because of the federalization and the federal process, we are locked in with the low bid.
Okay, thank you. And if we choose not to move this forward, will we have enough parts of the project left to spend the $3 million or whatever the amount was that of ARPA funds that need to be spent by the end of the year?
If I understood the question correctly, if we move forward without the contractor, would we have enough funds to complete the project? We would need to but significantly value engineer the project and remove some components. There are those two other agenda items that the mayor, thank you, touched on earlier today that are on the agenda. There's the EDDA budget supplemental and the city's budget supplemental. So depending on those discussions, if there's a combination of funding available, we do believe some level of the project would be able to advance. We would need to go back and redesign to make sure the design fit the budget. But we do believe a project of some scale would be viable.
Okay, thank you.
Member Prang.
Thank you, Mayor. I have lots of questions that are global questions about this whole project, but I'll try to keep some of my questions right now specific to this contractor or contract, but also try to get at some of the global concerns that I have. So first off, I would like to understand, can you clarify for me what cancel or repossession of grant funds means? So does that mean they take back the remaining balance that hasn't been spent, or is there a possibility that there could be a requirement to repay what has already been expended?
Great question. Thank you for that. Yes to both. Both are, I would say, kind of on the table. So we've talked to the state multiple times, again, as recently as today. So the funds that aren't spent, the 3.4 million, and I'll just make a scenario up here. If we spent 300,000 of that, we would be giving up 400, or excuse me, if we spent 3 million and not 3.4, we'd give back the 400,000. The city would need then to cover that delta to keep the project moving. If we stop the project and we've spent the money, there would need to be a discussion with the state to understand if they are looking for all the money to come back if the project doesn't continue to advance. So to answer your question, if you start the project, we lock the funds in and the expectation of expenditure. So there could be a situation where if we don't expend all the funds before the end of the year, we may need to look at, can we cover it under contingency? Do we need to come back to city council for a supplemental if it exceeds contingency? Does that answer your question?
Kind of. I'm not necessarily satisfied with the answer to the question. I feel that there has to be some clarity somewhere that can explain whether it's a matter of the remaining funds having to be returned and we can't access them, or if it means that we have to repay. Like I get the project proceeding or not and those pieces of it. What I want to know specifically and should be clear somewhere stated within our grant award or a question that could simply be asked to the state, will we be required to, and actually, before I finish that question, can you clarify to me the dollar amount that has actually been spent out of the CDOT funds to date?
Yes. So the dollar amounts spent out of the CDOT funds to date, 937 and 982.
Okay, thank you.
And to answer your question, sorry, if we move forward with the project today and we do not spend the money, we need to fill in the gap and keep moving at the end of the year. Any unspent funds as of December 31st, if we have not bought the material, it hadn't been delivered, and we haven't met the spec, that money goes back to the state. At December 31st, if we say we haven't spent enough, we're canceling the project, then all the funds go back to the state.
Got it.
That makes sense.
So can we reduce the scope of the project to demonstrate that we're continuing with the project at a different level of scope and not suffer the consequence of having to pay monies back to the state?
Thank you for the question. I don't believe there's time to change the scope and reduce it and get permits. If you change scope, we have to go back through the design review process with the state, and we would likely not have approval or even a contract before the end of the year.
Okay,
If we, if I could, sorry, add one more point.
go for it.
To Councilmember Russell's question, if the grant money was not there and we reduced the scope, the state's removed from the equation, but also so are all the grant funds.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm also curious about and trying to understand the difference of the approach to the ask for the overages between the overage that was identified in February at the 2.3 and now what has become the 5.7. So in February, there was a kind of a reassessment of the projected costs for the project. Am I correct in that?
Yes.
Okay. And is the additional overage since then, has that been identified because I see several things listed here like, work that's needed on the side streets associated, connected to the project, the Excel costs, et cetera. Are those what are driving the secondary identified overage? And if so, why were those pieces not considered in the original scope of the project?
Yeah, thank you again for the follow-up question there. Your assessment's correct. So the 2.3 was based on an engineer's estimate and not the an actual contractor's estimate. So based on what we've seen going through the engineer's estimate, just a few examples. So I think you're correct. The Excel costs were higher than anticipated. When we look at the grant, also on top of that, the mobilization costs were $600,000 in the bid. The grant had $475. Paving quantities, there was a 2,000 ton difference between, again, the grant application and the contractor's bid. And we did not have easements in the original estimate. So adding all these things in, going through that process, totaled the sum difference.
Okay. Let me see if I have any other actual questions here. I have lots of thoughts, but I guess that's probably my questions for the time being. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Prang. Member Summerson.
I appreciate the questions so far from my colleagues. My inquiry this morning on this issue, so this may be more of a point of information, but the inquiry that I had this morning was that it is extremely difficult to have this conversation broken into 5 separate parts. And I hear the questions that my fellow colleagues are asking in a way to not break the rules of the agenda items, but I'm feeling extremely constrained in this conversation in the way that it has been set up here. And I do wonder if a study session or some opportunity to be in a free flow of conversation around the finances, the overruns, the contractor, they're just, then Excel, then the easements. I'm finding it really hard to figure out how to ask the right questions at what point, because there are too many things going on here, separated into 5 pieces. And so I'm curious how we may be able to handle or address that.
Well, City Manager, I'll let you jump in as well. Study session is definitely doable as part of, if we want to tackle every aspect of the 5 items that we're talking about. That's something that we can do. It's something that I did discuss with the city manager. We can move the agenda items for next week and just have a deeper discussion about all aspects of complete streets, if it's easier to do it that way. I guess just a question to you, Director Rochelle. What's the time urgency on having something approved for complete streets? I know that we have to move pretty quickly, but is it okay if we delay it 2 weeks in order to have that conversation with council? regarding all aspects of this.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, for the question. So as we touched on, there's unfortunately a high level of urgency with the HB 1466 funds that are going to expire at the end of the year. Staff is prepared, to engage with the contractor to expend those funds as quickly as possible to hit that target. We do feel that we're a little behind the 8 ball already, and it is accomplishable today. The longer we delay, especially in light of the contractor, we have, I'll call it, increasing concerns that it may be less and less likely that we'll be able to expend those funds. So adding another 2 weeks, while it sounds very small in the grand scheme of things, the contractor has told us they're going to need at least 30 days to mobilize. So there's some additional things that got to happen, and every day is critical in my opinion and staff's opinion.
Sean, is there anything you want to add there to that?
I definitely think if council is more comfortable having all of these kind of discussed as one, the study session would be next week, and then we would put it on that agenda for August 3rd. What I would just want to know is what additional information or questions can we start answering and have prepare for your packet? You've got an agenda item here with the packet, but what specifically would you want to see in the study session that we can prepare for you?
All right. Okay. Sounds good. We'll go to Member Prang and then Member Bethel.
Thank you. I think the whole point of the ask is to be able to have the freedom to talk globally about everything associated with this. I don't like feeling that council's back is being put against the wall to fund a project with a contractor that is a known issue for the city, and to fund a project that now is double the price of what it was originally presented. That is not okay with me, and I don't think that it's responsible stewardship of our residents' taxpayer dollars. And so for me, I just feel very passionately that we need to have the opportunity to freely talk about all of the pieces on how this comes together and whether there is a solution to move forward in a reduced way, or what we can or can't do here, because this situation is, in my opinion, one of the more wildly out of control situations that I've seen come before council. And to be constrained by all of these external forces at play and be forced to have our hand forced to make a decision that would have such a significant impact financially to the city is really problematic for me. So I just would like to see us be able to hit all the points, bring all of the concerns forward, whether or not we need to send our concerns forward to staff so that we're prepared to have that conversation. But I think the broader point is to just talk about all the pieces together and not have it like stuck on an agenda where we have to touch this piece and then this piece and then this piece, because each piece is interrelated and I don't know what to approve or not to approve in this whole slate of options before us.
Thank you, Member. Thank you for that, Member Prang. Member Bethel.
It sounds like our conversation's kind of getting to a top level evaluation of how we want to talk about this. So I'm not sure if my comments are appropriate right now, but I'll ask him anyway, just kind of like broad strokes here with Jalisco. Do we feel that they misrepresented their quote on either project for the Oxford pedestrian bridge or the Dartmouth bridge?
Thank you, Councilmember Bethel, for the question. It's hard to tell from a forensic standpoint. It's staff's opinion that there could be an approach taken to maximize certain opportunities within a contract, like change orders. And so we're prepared to try and mitigate that, because that is what we saw during Dartmouth Bridge and what we're currently, to Councilmember Ward's standpoint, having a conversation with. It has not quite gone to the legal side yet, but it's well on its way.
Yeah. My intention there is our license and certificate suspension qualifications within the city. That in the work that I've seen Jalisco International perform within Englewood, I feel that they've violated a couple provisions of what would be necessary to suspend their contractor's license within the city. And it might not be feasible for us to suspend that license and to say that they're not a viable bidder at that point, or if we're too far into this process for CDOT to accept that we've suspended their license. Either way, I'm uncomfortable with working with them. I'm uncomfortable with their business practices, and I'm frankly upset in the way that Englewood has been treated by this contractor. And I don't really understand why CDOT is viewing all of this after our conversations with them and still mandating that we accept their bid when it's in our experience fraudulent. And that's not really a question for you as much as it is a rant on my end, and I think that you've done a great job at presenting this part of the information for council. So thank you.
Thank you.
I guess I'll just add, I am open to having a study session next week, but I do want to be clear, and Victor Rochelle, just let me know if I'm off base here. We're in a very tough situation as a city in terms of how we move forward with this project. What we would be discussing next week is whether we move forward with the contract as is, with Jalisco as the top bidder, or we back away. We have those two options based on the time frame that we have in front of us in order for us to utilize the ARPA funds. There's no other avenue that we can take outside of those two options. Is that correct?
With respect to using the ARPA funds, that's correct.
Yeah.
The option that is maybe one additional option is, I believe what Councilmember Russell touched on, is a reduced in scope project where we value engineer, we rebid, and we use the city's criteria in selecting a contractor, and are not bound by the federal requirements because there's no federal dollars.
If we were to go down that route, then it wouldn't be time urgent.
That's correct.
Because obviously we lose the ARPA funds and then we just had to have another mechanism for how we move forward with this project. The only point that I'm trying to make here is that I'm perfectly happy having the conversation, but at the end of next week, we're either making a decision of whether we move forward with the contract with Jalisco or we don't. That is basically, that would be what's on the agenda for August 3rd. So I just want to, I had the same conversation with CDOT. Victor Rochelle, you had a conversation with them first, and then they reached out to me after I reached out to them about what can be done about what's in front of us tonight. And so that was the message I received. It was also the message that was received by Director Rochelle as well.
That's correct. And through our procurement channels as well, we've had that conversation at least 2 or 3 times with the state, right, exploring all avenues to open up additional options.
Okay,
I really appreciate bound by the federal requirements of low bid.
Right. Member Ward, go ahead.
I want to respect my fellow council members' needs as far as having an expounded discussion is concerned, but I don't see any additional information that I could receive that would make my decision change. I'm just not comfortable working with this contractor based upon the experience that the city has had. And if that means we need to drop $5 million in state and federal money that we won't get and that we can't do the project, rather than risk an additional $2.3 million above what the bid price was that we may or may not even have next year, I don't want to take that risk. I'm not admittedly in love with the project to begin with, but with the risk of additional pain with this contractor, additional friction with this contractor, additional difficulty in the overall execution of the project, the possibility of additional delays, and then being beholden to both the state and the federal government for compliance with contract terms that we might not otherwise comply with if we didn't need that money to execute the contract. The whole package just isn't worth it to me. So I'll sit through an additional discussion if my fellow council members need it, but if we have 4 votes tonight that aren't comfortable working with this contractor, we should just kill it right now. And then we can move on to something else.
Thank you, Member Ward. Member Russell, and then Member Summerson.
Thank you. I absolutely agree with that. There is nothing that I can move forward with. What I want staff to come forward with is a different plan of how we're going to get out of this. I'm so done with spending money and it keeps going up and up and up. I think we need to stop the hemorrhaging right now. And so I do not want to move forward with this contractor, period. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Member Summerson.
I agree with Member Russell and Member Ward on this contractor, and the call for being able to talk about this in a whole. You know, if we do not move forward with this and it ends the project, then there likely is not a need to have a further study session. I'm uncomfortable with the funding mechanisms used. I'm uncomfortable with how it has been shared with us that EDDA is going to pick up some financial slack. I'm just uncomfortable with a lot of it, and that was my rationale for wanting to have a bigger conversation. Wasn't I guess was to get at the thick of how it all got in front of us. But if voting against the contract tonight ends the project in that way, then I'm also comfortable with that.
Member, was it Prang or member? Go ahead, Member Prang.
I thank you for the impetus to just cut it short. I don't want to belabor the conversation either. I just didn't want to feel stuck, and I didn't know, you know, if there's a general consensus to not work with this contractor. I guess what I do want to clearly understand is if we say no to this contract and we stop the project, are we on the hook for the 937, 981?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Prang. We actually spoke to CDOT today, and CDOT indicated we would not be on the hook for that. That the funds are expended, they're expended, and that's what we got.
That is what I needed. Thank you very much. I am in favor of taking this vote tonight.
Not taking the vote tonight, correct? Is that? Oh, well, I see what you're saying. Yes, he is. I see what you're saying. Yes. Member Bethel.
So I want to clarify and reflect on a couple of comments that, while I'm very uncomfortable with this contractor, I don't like their business practices. I've made that clear. I am a huge proponent of this project and what it means to the city. In my eyes, this is crucial for our economic development, this Complete Streets project, of drawing economic activity up from Broadway, of partnering with our largest employers of Swedish Hospital and Craig Hospital, of supporting our residents and making sure that this corridor is safe and accommodating to all different users. These are all things that are vital to our growth as a city, as I see it. So while I do not support working with this contractor, I do support the creativity of your department to reimagine what this project looks like and how we can continue to get something along these lines done and to continue moving in the right direction.
Thank you, Member Bethel. Since we're still on the topic, I hear my fellow council members. I too am very wary of moving forward with this contract with the selected contractor. We're just put in a very, very difficult position, and none of it feels right to me. I agree with Member Bethel. This is a project that we've been talking about it for a long time. This is a big loss to the city for what we were imagining for Old Hampton. But we just can't put ourselves in a situation where the delays, the cost overruns, potential future overruns are really going to impact our city budget. But overall, I would like to see us try to figure out a way to do this. I also appreciate all the work that our partners, the DDA, looked into helping us fund the overages for this project. This wouldn't have been possible utilizing TIF funding that wasn't made available until the creation of the DDA occurred. So a lot of the growth that has happened around Broadway and Old Hampton, the creation of the TIF funding through the DDA is what allow us to have the opportunity to fund this project due to that. So wasn't money that we were receiving prior to the DDA being created in 2021. So with that, like all the concerns that I'm hearing, I have similar concerns. I guess with that, I will just ask for a motion on, if there's no further comments, I'll just ask for a motion from members of council on 11C4. Go ahead, Member Ward.
I don't think this is precedented in my council term, but I'm actually going to
Is it going to be the other way?
move to deny 11C4 as opposed to approve.
Okay. Go. Thank you, Member Ward. It is in my time as well. So thank you, Member Ward. Can I get a second on a motion to deny?
Second.
Thank you, Member Prang. Any further comments? Go ahead, Member Prang.
Thank you. I do want to support the comments that Member Bethel and Mayor you have made. I love the idea of this project. I do think revitalizing this corridor is an important project to undertake. I just can't do it at the expense of trust of the public and the pain points of the overages on this, and to just be a good financial steward of city dollars. I mean, the overages on this project, when you look at the percentage of what our overall annual city budget is significant, and that just I can't agree with, but certainly would love to see this reimagined and come back in a creative way for us to figure out how to even get pieces of this project accomplished, because I do think that it is important to that corridor.
Thank you very much. Member Russell, go ahead.
I would just like to celebrate what we have got done. We have gotten the infrastructure fixed there that has been a mess forever. And I think we have revitalized it in the way it looks. And I think that it's great. The amount of money that we were looking at spending on this, we could have had the Broadway-Hampton Bridge done, which that is one project that we needed to get done. And we canceled it to do Old Hampton Complete Streets and South Broadway Complete Streets. And the money that we spent already, we could have had a new, wider bridge. But I want to celebrate that we do have the infrastructure and it is cleaned up there. And I'm very happy with the work that's been done to this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. And I'll just touch on this. Member Prang, you brought it up. I didn't want to insinuate that there were members of council that did not want to see this project move forward. We have been doing budget supplementals throughout the years in order to get this project to where we are today. It just didn't work out with the funding mechanism or the overages that we happen to see. So we were looking to get this done. And I remember, Russell, actually it's kind of funny that Broadway, you're right, that's where it started with this Old Hampton Complete Streets project, but that project got canceled for the same reason. Inflation were adding to the cost. And so that was another CDOT grant that we had to deny because costs just kept rising. That was a 2021 project right after COVID, if I remember correctly. So anyway, I think with that, I think we, if there's no further comments, I just want to make that point. Go ahead, Member Ward.
Just briefly, I think this is a good case study, and just because we have government money doesn't mean we need to spend government money. There's this urge to take this money from the federal government and just spend it. And in this case, I think what we've seen tonight is a consensus that perhaps doing business with this particular contractor isn't actually in the city's best interest, despite the fact that we do want a nice new thing. This just isn't the organization to provide it for us. And so I am somewhat, I share and understand my colleague's disappointment that this isn't going to break ground in the next 2 or 3 months. But I also think that we're making the better decision tonight, and I'm proud of this body for making a hard decision that I think signals actually a positive turn for the city's future, as opposed to a gigantic risk that we would be undertaking otherwise.
Thank you, Member Ward. With nothing further, an aye on this would be a motion in favor of denying the contract. So I just want to make that clear. So with that, can we please vote?
Member Bethel?
Aye.
Member Prang?
Aye.
Member Russell?
Aye.
Member Summerson?
Aye.
Member Ward?
Aye.
Mayor Sierra?
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes.
Director, thank you very much for the presentation. I think that
Thank you.
means there's no need to do the 11C2, but there is a need to do budget supplemental, if I understand that correctly. Director of Finance, is that correct? There's still a budget supplemental, but that also removes 11C5, 11C6. Okay, that's it. So, all right, go ahead, Director Rochelle.
Mayor, if I could, if it was something the council was interested in, C2 might be a worthy discussion.
Is this with the DDA conversation? Is there a reason for that, Director Rochelle? I'm just kind of curious. Is it just the...
As we think about, and maybe it's for a later time, so I apologize, don't mean to be out of order here. But as we try to reimagine the project,
right,
some funding discussion might be appropriate, or maybe not, certainly at your discretion.
Yeah, I think it might be best for a study session in the future where we talk about the funding mechanisms that are available through the DDA as part of our charter. So are you, members of council, are you okay to make that as part of a different conversation? Or, okay. So yeah, we'll wait, we'll postpone that conversation for another time as part of this, but I appreciate that. And thank you very much, Executive Director Portel, for coming in. Your willingness to speak on the item. So we will move on to 11C3.
Actually, can I ask a question about that? Isn't that budget supplemental going to have to be changed because the $5.7 million?
Correct. That we would have to make a motion to amend.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Director of Finance, Mr. Ingles.
All right, good evening, Mayor and Council. Kevin Ingles, Director of Finance. This is budget supplemental number 3, and as you mentioned, we will, if you agree to the other items, we'll amend the resolution, removing that Old Hamden Complete Streets item. These first few slides are just the process. I think everyone here has been through this before, so I'll skip those for time concerns. Here's the summary of the requests. We have 2 requests for the general fund, totaling $264,000. One from the Conservation Trust Fund for $34,000. We'll skip that public improvement one, and then one for the concrete utility for $409,000. I'll go over the highlights, and we do have staff available if there's any more details that you need before you make your decision. So the first one is for the City Manager's Office for the Sustainability Division. This is for $9,000. This is to fund grants for businesses who have completed the Circular Business Academy. So they would become eligible for up to a $2,000 grant. Some of this is funded by a grant from Waste Management, and the rest is funded by bag fee revenue that the city receives. Also for sustainability, this is the EV charger program. This is to run the charger program. The electricity costs will cover the cost of the chargers. This is for program administration, and this is fully covered by a Dr. Cog grant. That's $255,000. Next is Parks, Recreation, Library, and Golf. This is a request from the Conservation Trust Fund for $34,000. This is to promote a position from part-time to full-time, and the $34,000 being paid out of the Conservation Trust Fund is to cover the benefit cost for this position upgrade. That one we're skipping. Public Works. This is for the Concrete Utility Fund. This is $409,000. This is to do some additional ADA ramps and other repairs that were identified when we went through the contract process. These funds are available within the Concrete Utility Fund itself. Those are the requests for this evening, and like I said, we do have staff if you have any specific questions.
Thank you very much, Director Ingles. Any questions from members of council? Go ahead, Member Bethel.
So I'm looking at the $255,000 EV charger funds request here. That specifically says it's to cover the electricity costs. How many cars can you charge? Do we have a metric there of how far that takes us?
Do we have Mel on?
We do. I think Director,
Yes.
or sorry, Ms. England, are you online?
Yes, so the EV chargers and the Dr. Cog grant got merged into one. I apologize for that. That is not $255,000 for EV chargers. That would be insane. The EV chargers, the expenses for the electricity cost, I believe that's 26,500. But then we're grossing to make around 31,000 in revenue for if it was a full year. And we're getting these rough numbers, obviously, because we have only had them up for not even a month yet. We got some data from the city of Golden to go off of. I can also say I pulled the revenue just from the brief time we've had them thus far. The city's already made about $1,300 from the fees that we've collected, and we've only had about like $300 in electricity costs just in the brief time we've had them. So expecting expenses, but expecting them to be covered by that revenue. And then that large portion that we have in there is the Dr. Cog grant funds. That is, as a reminder, a no match grant. So we just have to put the expense in there so we can account for it, but it will not impact the general fund whatsoever.
I think I'm hearing that this $255,000 is earmarked but won't be spent. Is that correct?
The 255 is the combination of both the EV charger cost and the Dr. Cog grant all in one. So I apologize, that was a little confusing. But yeah, the Dr. Cog grant is earmarked for us to spend.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Member Ward.
The concrete utility supplemental, does that have anything to do with ongoing construction along Broadway, or is that exclusive of that?
Thank you, Councilmember Ward, for the question. So yes and no. So a small portion of concrete utility is paying for some components of upgrades there, not enhancements, but we're just cost of replacing an existing ramp as the concrete utility does. The lion's share is our annual concrete utility contract. So the budget for concrete utility is set almost a year in advance before we go out to bid, hence the request for a budget supplemental. We are trying to get ahead of that for 2027 so that the initial budget for 2027 is a more accurate request based on historical trends that we've seen. You might recall, I think every year that I've been here, we've had to come for a budget supplemental for concrete utility to complete the annual concrete work.
Is there any concern that the concrete utility may encounter problems similar to what the stormwater utility did?
Not at this time, but it's a great question. We are actually going to be engaging in a review of that fund to make sure that it sustains in perpetuity.
Okay, thank you.
Member Russell.
So if it's earmarked to spend the Dr. Cog grant, the 255,000, does that mean we'll just have extra money that we can spend? Is that, or is it earmarked for EVs? EV charging
Yeah,
stations?
Thank you, Councilmember Russell. The Dr. Cog funds have absolutely nothing to do with the EV chargers, so I apologize for that. I know it was confusing because they were on one. But for the Dr. Cog funds, we're using them to hire that full-time building electrification specialist. That council approved that IGA a little bit ago, hiring a third-party energy code inspector and code reviewer, which will help relieve some staff time on that, which will be nice. And then some other things like education and outreach, but it has absolutely nothing to do with the EV chargers.
Okay, but we needed to appropriate it because we're going to use it for those things you just mentioned.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Member Prang.
Thank you. I have one more question for Ms. England, and not that it's associated with a yay or nay decision making, but I'm curious on the Dr. Cog grant position. Does the general outreach and education, is that only going to be specific to city-owned and sponsored EV chargers and general education for like staff, residents, or
So the
can it?
Dr. Cog, oh, I'm sorry.
Well, I guess what I'm trying to get at is, can that also include like broader conversations out in the community? And I ask because I've recently realized that Kaiser installed probably, I think, 15 slow chargers in their parking lot, which I think is a great asset that exists within our city. So I just want to make sure that we're supporting not only what we've put in place, but also like educating the community that there are multiple options around the city to do your charging if desired, along with the other education efforts.
Yeah, thank you so much for that question. So the Dr. Cog funds have nothing to do with the EV chargers. So the education and outreach with the Dr. Cog funds has to be used for building electrification purposes.
Got it. Okay.
We got this money through Dr. Cog, but it is an EPA federal grant. So there's really strict guidelines that we have to follow. And it cannot be used even on electric transportation means. It has to be used on buildings.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay, unfortunate, but makes sense. Thank you. I do have a separate question for our Parks and Rec Director, Ms. Underhill. I'm just trying to understand the, if you could just kind of break down for us the reallocation of the position. I see that it's shifting away from an aquatics supervisor position. And I just want to understand that level of decision, given that we have more usage of Pirates Cove and higher numbers of people that we're serving. And so just talk to me about like the safety aspect and making sure that we have that covered to be able to then shift the resources over to revenue management and marketing type activities.
Yeah, great statements, great question. Christine Underhill, Director of Parks, Rec, Library, and Golf. So ultimately, we created this position out of part-time funds that we were not using at Pirates Cove. And so we created a full-time position. And ultimately, the position that we hired is the one that's bringing all the revenue into the park with birthday party rentals, private rentals, those sort of things. And so ultimately, this position is paying for itself. Our challenge was we didn't have the funds out of the general fund to cover the benefits. And so we were able to utilize those out of the CTF, Conservation Trust Fund, which is lottery dollars, to cover that. So we are still doing everything as we would. Safety is still being covered. We still have all the staff that we need at the park. We just repurposed a few positions in order to ensure that we had somebody that was full-time addressing all the outside groups that want to come into Pirates Cove.
Okay, thank you for that answer.
All right. Any further questions from members of council? This is one that we will have to amend, so I'll just ask for the motion to approve on 11C3.
Move to approve 11C3.
Thank you, Member Praying. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Summerson. Can I get a... All right, with that, can I get a motion to amend to remove the complete streets portion?
I move to amend the budget supplemental to remove the $5,742,117 earmarked for
complete street.
What?
Complete streets.
Complete streets, yes.
That should do it.
Second.
Thank you, Member Russell and Member Ward. Actually, we had to vote on that one. Any further comments? Can we please vote on the motion to amend?
Member Bethel?
Aye.
Member Prang?
Aye.
Member Russell?
Aye.
Member Summerson?
Aye.
Member Ward?
Aye.
Mayor Sierra?
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes.
Thank you so much. Any further amendments from members of council? All right, seeing none, can you get a motion, or can we vote on the motion as amended?
Member Bethel?
Aye.
Member Prang?
Aye.
Member Russell?
Aye.
Member Summerson?
Aye.
Member Ward?
Aye.
Mayor Sierra?
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Director of Finance, Mr. Ingalls. And by the way, those are 20 level 2 chargers at Kaiser. I had no idea, but thanks for the info.
Thank you, Council.
We are now moving on to 11C7. Yes, this is the motion to approve amendments to council policies manual. We have City Attorney Tamara Niles.
It'll take me just a moment. Okay. Of course, the Council Policies Manual provides various policies that direct City Council and your proceedings during the meeting, as well as in your general practices. We did submit proposed revisions to the Council Policies on July 6th that were attached to your agenda, and the policies are then considered at a regular meeting and approved by motion. So we're here to discuss the proposed amendments and get your thoughts on those. If you want to make some significant amendments, we can table it and come back to it, or you can approve tonight as amended or as proposed. So we have seen a couple of issues that came up and several at the same time. So we don't normally bring a second amendment so close to the last time we brought an amendment. I generally shoot for once a year, but we did have several issues come up, so I thought it was time to go ahead and bring them. First, we found that the Council Policies Manual and what's currently on your agenda, the order is just slightly different. So we've proposed a change so that the Council Policy Manual mirrors what your agenda looks like right now, as well as it inserts the word generally, which means that the mayor or staff could insert another line item or remove a line item if it's not needed for that particular meeting. Let's see, also then for discretionary funds. The discretionary funds and travel policies overlapped a little bit in a way that was somewhat confusing to apply. We also concluded that because City Council has discretionary funds, that travel is an approved use of those discretionary funds. So for in-state travel that just use discretionary funds, it seemed to be unnecessary to come to City Council to request expenditure of funds that you've already authorized each council member to use. We currently apply the discretionary funds to include the cost of staff time and city resources. So we recommend that council put that in to memorialize the way we interpret the current policy. So for example, if a council member would like communications to develop something for them and it takes a significant amount of staff time, then we calculate how much that cost for I don't know, a coffee with a council member or something like that. So that would be billed toward the discretionary funds. I already touched on the in-state travel may use discretionary funds without prior council approval, because in the council policies, you've allowed each council member discretion to use those funds as they see fit. Also, to ensure compliance with FCPA, we also recommend that we specifically put in there that constituent communications advocating for or against a ballot question or candidate is prohibited. Of course, there is an exception under Fair Campaign Practices Act that elected officials can use up to $50 in public money to advocate. However, it's not a practice that council has supported in the past. It comes up quite a bit when we talk about the magazine or columns in the magazine, what council members should say. So we recommend that we put it in there so that we don't have to calculate the exact cost and make sure that council member discretionary funds aren't used twice, that collectively exceed $50, that sort of thing. We also had an issue come up recently about mass mailings. And currently for mass mailings to constituents, a council member is required to bring those to City Council and have you approve them. However, now with the widespread use of email, it's not uncommon for you to email your constituents a newsletter or an update, or people that have signed up to request your updates. But it's unclear, does that apply to the mass mailing policy if it's by email? So we wanted to address that and clarify that email communications don't alone trigger these disclaimers or the requirement for council approval. So in fact, we recommend that we remove these mass mailing provisions altogether because council already has provisions to allow you to regulate each other. We have rules of decorum, and we also have the censurability. If council as a majority feels that a single council member has done something inappropriate regarding council communication in any way, then we already have a censure process that's already in the council policies. And I can tell you, in the 5 years I've been here, I don't know of a single time a council member has brought a mass mailing to the rest of council to ask approval to send it to them. I also think we have a little bit of question about prior constraint. Each of you have First Amendment rights of your own, and as a public entity, I'm not comfortable with us regulating each other as to what you can and cannot say. We, of course, try to be very careful about the First Amendment. Okay, the travel policy. So this came up for me when Mayor Sierra recently asked for council approval to drive to Westminster for a CML meeting. Of course, that's already in the Denver Metro. It's not that far of a drive. It seemed to me unnecessary for a council member to have to ask approval to drive to a meeting that's local already. So we have proposed that then that wouldn't require prior council approval for that. But it would maintain and clarify that council approval is required for out-of-state travel. And that's currently required. We don't propose a change to that. Or we did also retain that if in-state travel would not use discretionary funds, then the council member would bring it to council for approval. Questions, comments, revisions? I welcome them all.
Member Russell.
Thank you. Going back to the mass mailing, I really have never used it, but I'm kind of considering that, and I think in the past as council members, we didn't have to ask permission from other council members about a mass mailing. We got, I know there was a council member since I've been on council that did a mass mailing. And I think there's probably a lot of constituents in this city that don't have email. And so therefore, the only way to get word out to them would be, and I mean, what's the difference between mass mailing and requesting postage?
I'm pulling up the current council policy. In your packet is a red line that shows what the, I have to take off my glasses to read. But I put them on to see the, I'm a little bit opposite for my age. Okay, so there is a red line of all the proposed changes. And I am pulling up, I'll let you know what page that's on. Okay, that's on page 17 of the council members' council policies manual, which is page 922 of your packet. So the mass mailings policy applies to mailings of 25 or more pieces of identical content. So, and then if it's deposited to the post office or mailed in bulk, then it's a mass mailing. And it requires certain disclaimers, and then it's supposed to have submission to the city manager, and then opportunity for city council to weigh in ahead of time before it's sent. It just seems to me that if any of you are sending any sort of constituent communication, such as a newsletter, it very highly likely exceeds 25 pieces.
Okay.
So, and then it was unclear how it was written. It doesn't really anticipate electronic communication. It anticipated printed and mailed, which I'm sure some of you do that. I'm sure some of you have constituents that don't have email, but it seems to me that probably the majority of identical mailings that you send to 25 or more people are electronic.
So if we if we do that, I mean, could we send it bulk mail? I mean, because you get cheaper rate. Basically, the city, does it come out of our discretionary fund?
Yes.
That we would do that from?
Yes. So what the difference would be that you don't have to tell the other members of council what you're sending to your constituents ahead of time. Because technically you're supposed to request prior approval, but I have a very strong respect for the First Amendment and council members' own rights to say what they want and communicate what they want. I'm curious if that's even enforceable from a constitutional perspective. If, let's say, 4 council members tell a council member, no, we don't agree, you can't say that, we would have to have a long conversation about the Constitution at that point. And when we have a policy that it concerns me to that extent, I would prefer we take it out.
Okay, that's fine. Just one other quick question. I know council members in the past have used discretionary fund to buy a computer. Is that still
I'm not proposing a change to any other provisions of discretionary funds except for the travel part. So if, yes, this is on page 16. Council members may use discretionary funds to purchase a tablet computer, laptop computer, printer, ink, or other technical equipment to be used for city purposes. So that would very much still be okay.
all right? Thank you. I appreciate that.
Any further questions from members of council? All right, seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 11C6?
Moved.
Thank you, Member Summerson. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Prang. Any further comments? All right, seeing none, can we please vote?
Member Bethel?
Aye.
Member Prang?
Aye.
Member Russell?
Aye.
Member Summerson?
Aye.
Member Ward?
Aye.
Mayor Sierra?
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, City Attorney. All right, everyone, we're moving on to general discussion. I have this item to discuss a discussion regarding appointing an interim city manager. I think when we spoke about this, I think it may have been last week or the week before, but I think we just wanted to know what our options were in terms of appointing a city manager. And I did, and I remember, Russell, I think that may be what you were speaking of earlier today. We received an email about potentially elevating a current director or who within the city we could elevate as part of this search. I don't think it was a complete list, so I think some names were missing. But the other aspect of it is that we can go out to outside council and we can look to go through that process if needed for an interim city manager as well. So those options are available to us. City attorney now, I believe there may be other people that have served in a capacity with the city in the past that also could be made available as part of an interim search or as part of the interim. So just want to provide different options there. I'm not sure if there's anything specific that members of council would like to discuss or if we are ready to discuss just an appointment of us interim city manager. Any questions, though, that I may have missed from members of council? All right. Member Prang, do you have anything to add?
No, I don't have any questions. I do encourage us to just have the discussion and get an appointment made so that the question mark isn't lingering out there and we know how we're proceeding. It can just be as smooth of a transition as possible.
No, I appreciate that, Member Prang. I think overall, in terms of what we have available to us within the city, I am confident that what we have internally, I don't think that we need to go down the route of an external search for the interim position. I am happy to have a conversation about people internally if we, well, not necessarily a discussion, but just the fact that I do think that there is someone in the city that I would feel comfortable with overall, at least 2 or 3 names that I would be comfortable with. So anything, is there, I'll go with you, Member Ward. Go ahead.
I guess I do have one question. Is this discussion, are we certain that this is going to be necessary? The city manager gave us 60 days notice.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any chance that we could make a hiring decision within The time limit that we have?
A permanent city manager?
Something that would be quick enough that we would not need an interim.
I don't see an avenue for that within 45 days. I guess 40 days. I haven't really thought of actually moving that quickly on an interim or to fill the permanent, but I think to be safe, I think hiring or appointing an interim city manager would be prudent on our side. So.
All right, just thought I'd ask.
Okay. Threw me for a curveball there. I have not actually thought about it. So I guess I will start off. As I mentioned, it's like I'm comfortable with at least 3 names. Obviously, the deputy city manager that we have in place today, Tim Dodd, I think would be a great interim city manager. The other person that I feel confident in would be our city attorney, Tamara Niles, as 2 members. There's a third that I won't name just because I'm not sure if anyone else is comfortable with that name, so I'll just leave it to those 2 at the moment. But at the very least, I feel confident in their abilities to lead us while we have a search for a city manager. So those were just 2 names I wanted to throw out. The other go ahead, Member Brink.
Well, so are we having the discussion on supporting names at this point?
Yes,
And-
I
okay.
believe so, yes.
I would prefer to elevate our deputy city attorney to appoint her as city attorney and interim have our city attorney fulfill the interim role for city manager. I just base that decision on a proved track record of a high ability of analytical thinking and complex problem solving. And I just feel that in the position that we're in, with not only a transition, but also having some kind of major projects blow up, if you will, and we've just got a lot on our plate right now. And I just believe that our city attorney would best serve the city in that role at this point in time. And I also think about kind of, I heard the word used earlier today, the bench, of who could help support whatever department or area that we would be pulling from internally. And I think that we have a lot of strength in the city attorney's office to be able to help manage and support things. So that would be my strong recommendation.
Thank you very much, Member Prang. So you're saying City Attorney Niles is you said the Deputy City Manager.
Oh,
or
Deputy
City Attorney
Yeah,
first.
yeah.
So, all right. Thank you for that. Anyone else? Are we ready to make a decision tonight as part of this, or do we need more time? I know that we were missing a Mayor Pro Tem this evening, but go ahead, Member Russell.
I just have a question.
Sure.
So is it in our purview to tell the city attorney who she ought to promote to fill that position?
That was actually kind of, that was one of the things I was kind of wondering about, but yeah, that's the reason why I kind of, when I heard the name, but I think overall what we're asking is just that, in that case, the city attorney would be elevated.
I mean, if she is the person that's chosen, then it's still her duty to appoint that. Is that correct?
So city council appoints 2 employees, the city manager and the city attorney. So I think.
I just want to clarify that I made that recommendation because I think there's a conflict of interest if the city attorney is functioning as city manager, and so it would make sense to appoint someone from within the office.
Okay.
But whatever names are put out there I have confidence that the city attorney could make that decision for us.
Thank you. Do we need more time, or go ahead, Member Bethel?
Have we asked the city attorney if she's willing to perform that function?
Not in an official capacity, but I have had several council members reach out to me and ask if I would be willing to entertain it. It's not something I've ever aspired to at all, but as I told one council member, if council feels that they need me to serve in that role, I am a yes person when it comes to council. I've never told council no, and I wouldn't start here. I would want, just like any interim, I think I would want a separate contract because my contract currently calls for me to serve as city attorney. I've been a city attorney a long time, but I've never been a city manager, nor have I ever studied being a city manager, and it's really big shoes to fill. Sorry, I'm struggling a little bit.
It's always a difficult conversation,
But
city attorney.
if council would want me to serve in that capacity, I wouldn't say no.
Thank you.
All right. Anyone else? If not, I think if we're okay with just making a motion, I think we have to make a motion in order to ask for an interim. I think that would be the appropriate way to do this. So if anybody wanted to make a motion to elevate our city attorney. Go ahead, Member Frank.
I would reword that and not say elevate.
Yeah.
But I would move to appoint city attorney
go.
as interim city manager.
It is a late hour, so
Yes.
thank you very much, Member Prang. Could I get a second on that?
Second.
Thank you, Member Bethel. Any further discussion on this? Go ahead, Member Russell.
I don't know that I'm ready to make a decision tonight. I think that we have 30 days.
40 days, yeah.
To make this decision.
Yeah. We can. I think overall, I think what we wanted to do tonight is actually just talk about the different options. So I don't think there's an easy way to have this conversation. I think what Member Prang stated at the beginning in terms of just providing clarity and making it quick, I think does resonate with me. If we need another week of this, then I understand that, but I do think that there's some awkwardness to the conversation regardless of how we have it.
And I also think it's a wise idea to have all of council here when we have this discussion too.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Member Russell. Member Bethel?
I think it's beneficial for us to provide whomever is going to fill the role as interim city manager some kind of heads up to prepare themselves and their department. So while I can certainly understand that we don't need to make the decision tonight, I would like to prepare for when that decision is made, or to, if we do want to make a decision tonight, make it effective in, say, 30 days, rather than, tonight, right?
Could you repeat that, Member Bethel? Wouldn't it be effective September 1st? Is that what you meant, or?
If we made a decision on who's going to fill the role as interim city manager, it doesn't have to be effective immediately. It could be effective when City Manager Lewis is 1 week from departing, or when he departs.
Right. Member Ward, did you have your light on or no? Okay, Member Summerson.
I guess my question there would be, part of the desire to appoint an interim sooner would be in order for there to be some level of information sharing and getting up to speed. Part of the benefit of having 60 days, or at one point 60 days, was for a little extra time. And so 7 days, I feel like, wouldn't be a typical executive transition under normal circumstances, right? It's probably like a month anyways. And so at its high point. And so 2 weeks notice, right? So I don't know. I just feel like I'm also unclear about making a decision this evening. Both Mayor Pro Tem here. I'm not familiar enough with this process. I don't know if anyone is, but I just am curious about, there were several names that were put up there. Again, their willingness to serve, I don't want to take advantage of that either. I want someone to be successful in the interim space, right? We know we're going to do a search. We know we're going to look for a candidate. We've talked about potentially taking the time to do that search right and put some training behind us in order to do that. That came up at the study session last week. And so although 60 days when I first saw that, thought, well, maybe we can get someone in here September 1st. Yeah. But the days are quickly moving by, and I think we have put some specific asks on the table that also just to drag that calendar out. Yeah. And I just want to make sure whoever we appoint is going to be comfortable in that space. And I guess I don't know how to do that from this perspective. It's different than interviewing or, so.
Thank you very much. I think, Member Russell, you and I were both part of the last time that we had an interim, but go ahead.
Very likely. But one thing I think we've forgotten is that we have to negotiate a contract with the interim. And in the past, when there was an interim, this was probably for the city attorney. The deputy city attorney at the time filled as the interim city attorney. And generally, when you promote someone that's underneath, they get 5% more than their current salary. But Ms. Niles will be taking a pay cut if we negotiate with her. So I just want you all to keep that in mind. There is money involved with this, and there is negotiations.
Yeah. And that would be something that we would discuss as part of this. I think we were just trying to get a name in place. The last time we had to go through the interim city manager route before we hired city manager Lewis was, I can't recall if Dorothy was actually still on staff at that point, or if we had to coax her out of retirement.
Well, we didn't have anything to do with that. The city manager promoted her to interim or to deputy. Deputy city manager, and then she just automatically moved into that. So there were things that moved around before that happened.
You have a better memory than I do on that. I just remember there was just things in flux at that point. So it's just never easy, I guess, to answer your question, Member Summerson. There's really no playbook on how these things usually go. So do we want to table this discussion until August 3rd when we have a full council? Feels like that's the way that we want to move, I believe, potentially. Yep, I see head nods. All right, so I'm glad we had that conversation this evening. It did not go the way that I wanted it to, but, it happened. So apologies to everyone on that. We will have the discussion on August 3rd. I appreciate everyone taking the time to have that conversation. With that, we will move on to the city manager's report. Good evening, Sean.
Thank you, Mayor. I did want to report that I checked in with the HR director, and he did say that he had released the RFP that you all asked for the search firms, to solicit search firms. I also just wanted to report on one item from public comment that council had questions on. We'll go ahead and enter this as a council request, but I did reach out to code staff, and the 3995 South Broadway is in bankruptcy court. And so we have been told by the coroner officers that they are not to remove any property from the property. But I have been corresponding with the city attorney on other legal avenues, so we will be exploring those. But that is the reason why the resident or business owner was encouraged to come to council, because this is a very kind of challenging issue. But we'll look for other avenues. And that's all I have, Mayor.
All right, City Manager, thank you very much for that. With that, everyone, we are now adjourned. It's 10:30. We will see you all next week. Have a good evening.